Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. I am happy to be back after a week of not being here. I spent the last 7 days in nature, away from my phone, no wallet, and I'd walk back after I asked my mother to drive me and drop me off in the middle of nowhere. Sometimes it took practically my whole day to get myself back in one piece. But I spent that time deepening my sadhana, my spiritual practice, and now I have returned hopefully to uplift us all in our Sangha as we strive for the liberation from suffering. Welcome. I would like to begin with an invocation to the Gayatri Mantra. If you know it, you're welcome to join along with me. Namaste, Bubbles. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. Om. Welcome, dear Amma. Thank you for your rose blessing our Sangha so early on. Radhe Radhe. Dear Curtis, thank you for your tiny too. Yippee! Gabriella, thank you for being here too, and thank you for your heartbeat and octet of roses. Jai Sitaram. I'm grateful to be here. I'd like to set the intention for this space while I have a moment as we begin, as one, for us to find inclusion. Let us see past the diversity as division, but as a unity of the infinite source, which has expressed many aspects of itself through all of us. Let us come together as fellow students of life to uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, and share positive sentiments. Thank you. Hello, dear Wiki. Dear Assad, welcome. That's right, I'm from the wilderness. Ultimately, we all are, from Mother Nature. The Mother Nature around my territory seems to be called Canada, so I guess that answers the question. Namaste, dear Nikki. That's right, Assad. And another year to make many more mistakes out of ignorance and continue to learn from them. Namaste, falling. As we await our guests to continue to arrive, I would like to reveal my question of the day today, which is very simple. I wonder, what do you appreciate about the sky? When I look back at my childhood, I think it's easy to forget just how often I was looking at the sky. Now that I'm older, I started to realize that I didn't look at the sky as often as I did when I was younger. I feel like many of us may have had that experience where, as a child, we looked up at all of the different kinds of clouds and shades of blue and white and grey, and wondered ceaselessly about the nature of the expansive universe. Mind you, without any technical vocabulary or scientific vernacular, just a kind of gaze upon what is above. Thank you, Bobby Sue, for the heart meet, team bracelet, and cheer you up. Namaste. Hari Om. And Nikki, thank you for the rose you had sent too. Om Namah Shivaya. And much love, the real Hozo. Wiki, you wonder if I would say that Canada is where people are more spiritual, or there are more people in Canada who are spiritual. I think wherever you go, as a great saint in the biography of a yogi once said, God plants his sages everywhere. Namaskaram, dear Mason. Your answer to our question of the day is that you appreciate the vastness and the unknown nature of the sky. Yes, I like that. Still puzzling, even to our scientists. Meteorologists struggle to predict all of the interactions possible in our atmosphere. Dear Suzanne, you appreciate the northern lights. Me too, and I'm so lucky that I got to see it this year for the first time. Even though I'm in the most southern part of Canada. And thank you, Auntie, for the rose you had sent too. Ram Ram. Om Tat Sat. Welcome. You share the vastness. And Bubbles, you share that it doesn't care what's in it. And there, everything is in it. I like that. Falling, you appreciate the vastness too. The possibilities. The miracle. The real Hozo, you share. The sky is so dependable. I like that. It's always there, isn't it? You don't have to worry about it leaving. Although it is very slowly. Millions of atoms every second are, I think, being carried away by, very slowly, millions of atoms every second are, I think, being carried away by, wait for it to return. When mind connection hath returned, do let me know, as I wish to connect with you. I hope it's back. I think it's back now. Dear Wiki, you share that you love the silence of realization. How profound. Auntie, you appreciate the stars at night, and the sun rises, and sunsets never seen, two that were the same, yes. Always distinct, unique, just like you. Bobby Sue, when you look at the sky, you're looking into the universe, even if you can't tell. That's true. Easier at nighttime. But that same universe is still there during the day. But the sun's light is just that much more bright as it refracts in our atmosphere. Feels like we have a blanket of blue over our world to just focus on what's happening here on our lone world, and then at nighttime we dissolve into the infinite beyond. Hello, dear Michelle, and thank you, dear Echo Leaf, for your pair of trios of roses each. Om Mani Padme Hum. It's me, 510. Thank you for your pair of roses too. Hare Krishna. Aesthetically feral. Hello. You appreciate the weather, the sunrise, the sunset, the clouds. It's never the same. You are very right. And I'm glad to see you too, dear Hybrid Jen. Hello, 44 Skywalker. And Boo, you loved the eclipse past year. Always exciting when the celestial phenomena emerge. You're very right with that, Echo Leaf. Are we not already in the sky? The Dharmakaya. Dan Norman, you appreciate the colors. Oh, you can find a whole rainbow in the sky. Namaste, dear angel. Isabella, you appreciate the clouds. I like that. You take your time dear Chloe. Medium rare, to be honest, you haven't thought about what you appreciate about the sky. But rainbows, you add. Rainbows are an excellent part of the sky, aren't they? And it's your baby's middle name, shares Hybrid Jen. How beautiful. My middle name is almost Sky, just without the S. Sky. Dear Tanya, you appreciate when sunlight reflects on still water. How poetic. Happy you like the question, Isabella. Angel, you appreciate that the sky and this guy sounds the same. And that's what you can say to Deus Peter, the Proto-Indo-European god of the sky, Dios. You can say, this guy. Dear Feta Cheese, you appreciate how we are so minuscule, like the cells in a body, and much like the cells in a body, coming together, ideally to form a cohesive whole, assuming we can work together. Dear Angel, you share that you can try to get the shape of a cloud right as it changes to a new shape. You must be an airbender. Changing the shape of the clouds. Although I love sky gazing, cloud gazing. Namaste, Sky Guardian. I hope your appetite has been whet. I'm sorry to hear that, dear Moonlight. Hello, Pick Dillman from Minnesota. Angel, you love the stars as well as the sun and all the colors the sky decides to light up. Phelps, you share, in reference to the sky, it's infinity. You are right with that. The sky is such a beautiful artist. I agree, dear Angel. Thank you, MJ, for your 11 roses. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. No, can't say I've ever been in Stonehenge in this body, this life, dear Wiki. Assad, you appreciate the ever-changing beauty from vibrant sunrises and sunsets to a vast expanse of inspiring stars. Wonderfully said, dear Assad. Speaking of Stonehenge, I hear that its makers were very much aware of the sky, as many people believe it to be a calendar, such that the sun and the constellations line up at specific parts of the year. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your baby penguin and a baby hippo. Those are so cute. And thank you, Jen, for a baby penguin and a baby hippo. Did you? Now I'm confused. I got two Jens sending me two of the same gifts. Either that's the most wonderful of synchronicities, or you must have two accounts. Thank you. Namo Rudraya. Dear Cassie, thank you for your heart, me too. Ram Ram. Dear Sue, you appreciate the color, its changing nature, dark, light, its peace, the space like the space in you. I love that. Hybrid Jen, you share that when you keep your chin up, the sky is the face. Very beautiful too. And Jen, other Jen, you share the sky reminds you there is more. Indeed. Welcome, Dave. I'm happy that the video helped adjust your day. Aesthetically Feral, you ask, what do I like most about the sky? I like that no matter how many people come here through this Sangha, they all exist under the very same sky. And with that, I am honored to be a part of. Mama Sophia, you love the night sky, the quiet dark. Dear Lace, you love the moon. Feta Cheese, you appreciate the constant change and the vastness of it. Stacy, you share the sky is a blanket holding the earth. I love that. You have a tattoo of that phrase, Angel. The sky, this guy. That's awesome. Dear Teddy, you share the sky is untouched and vast by human contamination. I think pollution might beg to disagree. But generally we can't remove it. It's always still there in some formless state. Hello, dear brave Bella. Angela, thank you for your rose tone. Ram. You're watching my live in a hurricane right now. My goodness. Well, I'm happy that your connection to the outside world, to the internet, is still there. Good to know that you're not so alone during what can be a very intense phenomenon coming from the sky too. I trust that you are safe and sound. Dear Michelle, you share that seeing the stars makes you dream. Makes you wonder about all that is possible, isn't it? Namaste, inevitable. Radhe Radhe, dear Magdalene. Dear Angel, in reference to Stonehenge, you shared that they even moved it to stay under the original stars it was built. You heard, boy, where can we get such strong people? Honey, the stars have moved. Alright, I'll move our calendar. One by one. The two gens are just in sync. Oh, I love that. Wonderful. Two gens and two gems of the Sangha. Anna, you appreciate when the birds are flying in the sky. I like that too. No, Cassie, you came right at the beginning. Hello, Giovanna. Ricky, you share you were blessed to be at Stonehenge this year for the summer solstice. And it's a festival. How wonderful. I'd love to hear more about that. Dear Lace, you share the sun and moon are the only things you worship. And your grandmother and grandfather. Yes, Divine Mother, Divine Father. Sarah, you share when the sun breaks through the clouds in the sky, you feel that your mum's with you. Oh, how beautiful. Yeah. Welcome back to dear G2 Infinity. Did my birthday wish come true? We're still finding out. The wish I made is one that can always be fulfilled in each moment. One that is possible for me as it is for you. You really love the night, dear Hybrid Gen. You must be a night owl. Sky is infinite indeed, dear Starlight. Wow. Ragnhildur, you share the sky is always perfect and magnificent. I would also use those adjectives to describe our sky. And Angela, you add the sky is also calming and awe-inspiring. Indeed it is. Hello, dear Marissa. X-Ray, you appreciate that it looks so close that you could just grab it, but so infinitely far at the same time. I like the way you described that. Jen, you share that every time you order a coffee or tea, they always call you Gem instead. It's because you're just so precious. It's like a gem. Thank you, dear Kev, for the heart me you sent as well. And thank you, everyone, for exploring this question of the day together. Dear Hybrid Jen, thank you for your 7 pumpkins too. It is approaching pumpkin season, isn't it? I look forward to carving one this year. Om Namo Rudraya. John F., thank you for your friendship necklace, your finger heart, tiny, and a heart me. Om Dum Dargaye Namaha. And Jen, thank you for another rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Dear MJ, I appreciate that you tried sending a birthday wish. Indeed, I do prefer to receive messages on my other platforms. Instagram, WhatsApp, Telegram, email too. And I got many birthday wishes through email, thanks to a certain astrological project, so I hear, in honor of the time that I was born, which was beyond humbling. It gave me feelings that I didn't know were possible of being felt. And such is why I felt it necessary as a caretaker of this space to take some time off to really elevate my vairagya, my jnana, my bhakti, my karma yoga. These are Sanskrit virtues, meaning a material dispassion, knowing wisdom, loving devotion, and prayerful action, as I spent my days in contemplation, in forests, on hilltops, and by the beach. Happy to be back here. Thank you, dear Cassie, for your quintet of pumpkins as well. Om Braum Hanumate Namaha. And dear Anna, thank you for your pumpkin too. Hare Krishna. Strawberry Star Bunny, I didn't read your answer to the question of the day. You share the many layered colors of a sunset. I love that. And Assad, you share the sky brings rain, a gift from God. Yes. Assad, you are already contributing to my wish coming true. Hybrid Jen, thank you for your paper crane too. Om Namo Dakshina Murtaye. MJ, thank you for your hand heart as well. Om Brahm Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. Dear Starlight Wow, you ask, would I consider Sangha 2 or 3 times a week instead of daily to make it more sustainable? Possibly. But the reason I took time off was not because I was overwhelmed by the daily schedule. Rather, because I realized the value of the connection I have with so many people here, new and old, and just how much potential is in this space. I recognize the responsibility of having a spiritual community. So many things to balance and be mindful of. I think naturally some time off to consider the significance of that is important to me. And I'm sure that I will take other days off, but perhaps it would be more practical to have days which are scheduled to be off anyway. But my personal problem with that is that I'm no good with sticking to a schedule. I never have been. Dear Starlight, wow. Thank you for your flowers too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Dear Carrie, thank you for raising your voice, but also abiding in the stillness of silence. I'm grateful to share this peace with you. And hello, Elaine. Alright, we have a book to continue reading. And many of you remember where we left off. We were reading Hollywood to Himalayas, the story of this American woman who grew up in Hollywood. Ended up getting a PhD in psychology. Yes, the story of this American woman who grew up in Hollywood. Ended up getting a PhD in psychology, whereas she didn't. She went with him to India as he wanted to find a guru. And she didn't really know what that meant other than that she would be alone without him, so she went with him. Anyway, it was her who ended up finding a guru and having a spiritual experience. And he, for some reason, was jealous of that. And so they ended up separating while in India. And for the first time in her life, actually she was empowered to be by herself. Even though she struggled for many years with abandonment issues, she had found her home and was happy to be where she was, regardless of where her now separated partner was. So we're continuing to unravel this strange and sudden spiritual awakening she had in Rishikesh, a spiritual city in North India at the foothills of the sacred Himalayas near the Ganga River. So allow us to continue where we left off in the 13th chapter, called Losing My Questions and Finding the Answer. It's a very short chapter. During my first weeks at the ashram, I spoke to almost no one other than my new guru, Swamiji, and that only every few days. I sat twice daily in his open darshans, which are times in which you can behold something divine to you, and times when anyone could walk in and meet him, and everyone did. Sweepers, shopkeepers, widows, high court justices, and wealthy industrialists from all over India and around the world came and sat on the orange carpet to receive his blessings. I sat in the back of the room, my back against the wall, listening and watching. As I could not understand his words, I noticed instead his tone, his expressions, and the rise and fall of his volume and pitch. Actually, I closed my eyes most of the time. The experience was so overwhelming that even visual input was too much. I closed my eyes and melted into the ocean of his presence, the ocean of love, listening to the ebb and flow of his pitch, the comfort, interest, and care with which he addressed each person. Every time I opened my eyes, a different person was in front of him, a different recipient of his boundless river of love and compassion. But it was all in Hindi, and I didn't understand a thing. Every once in a while, every few days that is, there was an opening before the 60 minutes was up, and Swamiji would turn to me, smile and say, "Yes?" I was an academic, a straight A PhD student. Surely I would have an intelligent response to yes, but I never did. After the teaching about fear and faith, after unbelievably giving my pain to the river, I found my mind empty each time the opportunity to ask a question arose. Like a cookie jar from which even the crumbs had been emptied, there was nothing to grab hold of, no vestige of my former inquisitiveness. Asking and answering questions had always come easily to me. Being the only child of highly verbal parents, combined with an education that prepared me to go forth into the world proud to have a question, unshamed to raise my hand and ask it, entitled to show up unannounced to a professor's door to see if she had an extra minute to explain something, I was a question asker. At 8 o'clock in the morning, in 200-seat lecture halls, I'd be the one in the front row raising my hand. "Excuse me, I didn't understand the last point. Can you clarify it?" And my teachers were astonished someone was actually paying attention. That was not the same woman as the one who could only stare blankly at Swamiji's "Yes?" Not to have a question was okay, but not to have anything to say, not even a comment, an elaboration, a request for clarification? Where had this woman come from, and where had all her brains gone? Well, it turns out that she ended up getting an MRI scan, and on the left side of her brain, there was nothing right. And on the right side, there was nothing left. I'm just kidding, it doesn't say that. When not in his presence, I could think of perfectly intelligent things to say, valid questions to ask. Thank God, I told myself, at least the next time he asks, I'll have something to say, and he won't think I'm a brainless idiot. But the next time he looked me in my eyes and asked, "Yes?" my mind became clear and smooth once more, with nary a ripple of movement nor a waveform of question or comment. No wrinkles. Completely smooth. I was simply non-verbal. It was all I could do to produce a small smile on my lips. He must think I'm a fool. After repeatedly staring blankly in response to his inquiry, I decided to make a list of spiritual, cultural, and personal questions I might ask so I'd have something to say the next time I heard "yes." And so I folded the list into the small purse that held my room keys and a few rupees. That afternoon, Darshan was filled with a small group who wanted just to receive his blessings on their return from the sacred temples of Badrinath and Kedarnath. 30 or 40 of them bowed and left together. Swamiji finished well before 5:30 p.m. I sat, my back against the wall, eyes closed, then I heard the word "yes." I opened my eyes to realize the room was empty except for the two of us. I jumped to my feet and hurried to the front of the room to offer my pranam, kind of prostration, to bow at his feet. "Yes," Swamiji repeated with a smile. "Tell me." I had my cloth purse on a thin string across my chest, and I excitedly unzipped it to pull out my list of questions. The paper was gone. My keys were there, 50 rupees were there. My chapstick was there. There was nothing else in the purse. Like a frantic woman in an old comedy routine, I turned my purse upside down and shook it on the floor. Nothing. There were no pockets, secret compartments, or holes through which it could have fallen out. I felt my face flush, and I looked up at Swamiji, who smiled at me with a mix of compassionate love and obvious amusement. I had a list, I stammered, but it's not here. He said nothing and kept smiling. I'll be right back. I must have lost it along the way. Do I have time to quickly run to my room? He nodded, and I jumped up, ran out the door, and scanned every square foot of the path back to my room as quickly as I could. My list was not on the road. I flung open the doors to my room. Maybe I hadn't put it in my purse after all. Although I vividly remembered folding it and putting it inside, maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe it was still on the end table where I wrote it. Nope. Only my alarm clock, journal, and pen. I pulled the sheet and blanket off my bed and the pillowcase off my pillow. It must have fallen between my sheet and blanket, or in my pillow. Fortunately, no one was there to ask. And exactly how would your list have fallen into your pillowcase? I scoured every corner and surface of my tiny bare room, and, acutely aware of the ticking clock, I walked back to where he sat on the beautiful golden saffron pillow, waiting for me to return. I bowed again with legs folded behind me. My eyes lowered to the ground, waiting for him to come out of meditation. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes and looked up at me. Before I could explain that my list had disappeared, he smiled and said, "Yes." This time, however, it was a statement, not a question. He did not follow it with, "Tell me." Just, yes. Yes. Yes, I had made a list. Yes, the universe had snatched it from my hands and caused it to dissolve back into the elements from which the paper had been made. Yes, I thought I was going crazy, and yes, I was not. Most important, yes, here we are, here, now, in this breath, in this intersection of time and space, in a time and a space that are infinite. Right here, right now. There are no questions. There is only stillness. The stillness was the answer to my questions. He had already answered them. Thank you for listening. We'll pause our reading of Hollywood to Himalayas there for now. That is the end of the 13th chapter. I hope you enjoyed that chapter as much as I did. Now we may return to our Sangha and discuss whatever is on our hearts or minds. Thank you to those who sent a gift whilst we read. Like Babel Fishy for the pair of roses, thank you. Om Aing Saraswatyai Namaha. And dear Laura, thank you for your tiny. Yahoo! And Hybrid Jen, thank you for your 11 roses. Om Gang Ganapataye Namaha. Happy you like the music, dear Echo Leaf. Jacos, thank you for your quintet and a trio of roses and a baby ghost. Oh. Aw. Thank you. Radhe Radhe. Marie, thank you for your half a dozen roses as well. Jaya Sitaram. Babos, you ask if I remember what her guru's name was. Puja Swami Chidananda Saraswati. Puja is a title of accomplishment. Swami means monk, means husband of the divine feminine. Chidananda means the bliss of consciousness. Saraswati is both a goddess and a river goddess. The goddess of the flow of knowledge, of art, of culture. Altogether, his name means respected teacher, husband of the divine feminine, bliss of consciousness, goddess of love, art, knowledge. Beautiful name. Probably has some more titles in there too. That's right, Sky Guardian. Welcome, dear Dr. Jenny. Good to see you too. And hello, Mo. Namaste. Leah, you ask if I have any tips. What to do when you stay in bed all day? You can be grateful that you have a bed to stay in all day and a roof over your head. And we can thank the time that this universe gave us to be able to rest. And with that rest comes a feeling of rejuvenation that needs to be exercised in order for it to flourish. Like when we take time off healing from a broken arm, it's good to keep it still for a while and then move it slowly but surely so that all of the healing begins to have a purpose so that you may move it again. We take times of stillness to recharge so that we can flourish in our dance of time. When you are ready to dive back into the action, may you feel energized and rested. May you forgive yourself for taking so much needed rest. Good evening, Dalkintan. Also good evening, good afternoon, good morning, good night to everyone who joined while we were reading too. And Hybrid Jen, thank you for your quartet of roses. Om Bharam Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. Sky Guardian, you share. We are a week behind. You did have a self-set schedule for the reading. You're not the reader. You're the listener. Besides, you are the one that sent this book for us to read. We are taking our sweet time to absorb each spiritual nutrient of wisdom. Namaste, dear 31 planes of existence. That's right, Orla. We take our much needed rest here. Ray, you had asked, should we try to awake him? We should try to learn from our mistakes. Become aware of our limitations and seek to transcend them without overburdening ourselves with unreasonable expectations for growth. We cannot expect a flower to blossom if we're constantly tugging at its unfurling petals. What we can do is provide it the right soil, water, sunlight. We provide for ourselves the necessary resources. Naturally, a process takes place for that flower to blossom. There's no need to every morning go into your garden and just pull a little bit at the flower. Come on, grow. No need to tug at the leaf. Get longer. No need to pull back each flower petal. Come on, blossom. Similarly, there is no need to put unnecessary strain on our body and our mind. Just planting it in the soil of wisdom, nourishing it with the water of compassion and the sunlight of positivity. So too there is a natural process which takes place for us to blossom, or in this case, awaken. Thank you, Dr. Jenny, for your trio of roses. And tiny, tiny, yippee! Mihai, thank you for your heart meteor. Om Sum Suryai Namaha. And Cassie, thank you for your trio of pumpkins. Ram Ram. And thank you, Babelfishy, for your tiny tiny as well. Yum 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 yum. I'm happy you love the background, dear J-Wolf. When we close our eyes, we get to see the background of space. You might say, no, it's the foreground. Because now everything behind it is blocked by our eyelids. But actually, though that might be true at the level of the body, at the level of consciousness, we are actually taking away something, rather than adding a layer which prevents us from seeing something. When we close our eyes, we remove the light, and we get to see the spaciousness of our consciousness without any light there, as if the screen was turning off. That background of Akash is where the story of the universe is written. Good evening, dear Alan. Thank you. Dr. Jenny, you wonder of the mala I'm wearing. This is a birthday present for myself that I got for myself. It is a special seed from a tree called the Rudraksha tree. The Rudraksha tree produces a fruit called the Rudraksha fruit. and the Rudraksha fruit produces a seed called the Rudraksha seed. I know. These ones are from the Himalayas, where they grow very big. And it's said that Shiva, who is called in the Vedas as Rudra, the one who roars, where we get the word roar in English as well as the word rude, represents the being that screams the cosmos into existence. We may think of that source as ever still, which is very true. But the creation of a universe is very dynamic. Scientists call it the Big Bang, although it's only loosely comparable to an explosion. It certainly set off a bang. That bang is referred to in ancient scriptures as the roar, and the one who produced that roar is called Rudra. It said that sometime after creation came into being, Rudra, then known as Shiva, entered a deep state of meditation, abiding in that stillness that we usually associate with the source presently. In that stillness, one could not recognize that there was any life, except for one observation, and it's that Shiva was crying. And it is said from those tears rolled off the Rudraksha seeds that planted in the Himalayan soil and grew the Rudraksha trees. So Rudraksha means the tears, the aksha of Rudra. And for thousands of years, malas have been made out of them as a sign of reverence toward Shiva. And it is said that these seeds carry similar vibration to that of Shiva, whether you believe in that or not. We're already in mythological territory. Dear Caitlin, thank you for your pumpkin and rose too. Om Namo Rudraya. And thank you for your birthday wishes. Dear Babblefishy. Scott, you ask about the illusory nature of consciousness. It is interesting you use the term illusory in relation to consciousness, because according to Vedanta, consciousness is the only thing that is not illusory. Through some very entry-level translations, we might refer to the material universe as illusory. And there is truth to that. But specifically, the illusory part of our existence is not that the material nature is real. It's that we identify with it. That we say, I am made up of flesh and bone. That is my essence. I am just a bunch of atoms. That I am defined by what exists in the world. And that is the real Maya, the ignorance, the avidya of one's true self. But one's true self is Satchitananda. And that chit of Satchitananda means consciousness. Sat means truth and Ananda means bliss. This is from a predominantly Hindu perspective, where the principle of Atman is taken as a supreme self existing as pure consciousness behind as the background layer of reality. However, in Buddhism, you might hear that the same word that is translated to consciousness is regarded as unreal, and that's chit. For the Buddhists do not believe in the existence of an unchanging soul called Atman. They believe in the principle of Anatman. No self, therefore no consciousness. Or if there is a conscious process, it's a part of the phenomenon that's occurring. And there is no self attached to that. These are both valid ways of thinking about this universe. Because either way you dissolve notions of separation. One hand, that consciousness that you are is one with everything. And so you're not separate from anything. There is no anything else for you to be separate from. On the other hand, there is no you. There is just one truth in many forms arising as this experience. But it occurs to no one for it to be separate from. Either way, there is just oneness. Which means that nothing has an inherent independent existence. Dear Babelfishy, thank you for your pair of roses that you sent. Om Namo Buddhaya. And Angela, thank you for your rose. Hare Krishna. Muffins, you asked, do I have any worldly or earthly predictions in our time here? I predict in the next 20 years, a programming language will be discovered. Not invented, discovered. Someone will have to invent the syntax. And it may start as a sequel to some other programming language already made. And this programming language will become of mythical status. And I believe people will spend a lot of time studying the programming language as one might study scripture. I believe this programming language will have a novel quality to it. And many things written in it will also feel as though they were coded by a perfect being. I believe such a programming language will become a household name, and there will be many misconceptions about what it is capable of. Dr. Ginny, thank you for your finger heart. Ram Ram. Tiger Luna, you ask, do I follow the Hindu religion? Well, if you can tell me what the Hindu religion is, perhaps I can give you an answer. But as far as I'm concerned, there is no such thing independently that can be called as Hindu compared to non-Hindu. If you explore the cultures beyond the Indus River from which it gets this exonym, there is nothing which is described as Hindu. Not until recently by outsiders. Rather, there is a tapestry of ancient culture that is diverse and not at all monolithic. And most curious of all, it's entirely inclusive to all other paths and faiths. I mixed into the same word, paths. What's impossible for us, or nearly impossible for us to understand, and who, when we grow up in the West, where we think in very concrete boxes, where this is what it means to be Christian, this is what it means to be Jewish, this is what it means to be pagan, whatever. It's very hard to create any kind of boundaries over what is part of Hinduism or what isn't. We can point to scriptures called the Vedas, but there is no one canonical interpretation of the Vedas. Thousands of different lineages have arose simultaneously, seemingly in disagreement with each other, but yet also in agreement at a deeper level. All I can really say is that I take inspiration from many of them and value the truth in them, but I don't follow any of them in particular. In fact, I don't follow anything. To follow means that you have a place to arrive at. We're already here, in this moment. The ultimate destination is exactly where we are. There is no pressure to be anywhere else than where exactly we are now. It is simply up to us what we want to do with it. And I want to make this moment an even more inclusive one. I wish to attend to the suffering that exists in this moment. I wish to learn from all of the limitations that we see in this moment. I wish to value the cultures and traditions around the world. And I wish to connect with you. And thank you, dear Echo Leaf, for your trio of roses too. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. That's right, Orla. We are so much more than our daily drama. Hello, dear Judah girl. I did take a birthday break this week. Dear Muffins, you had asked, do I ever feel obligated to go live? No, not at all. I go live ideally daily, not out of obligation, but because I want to. Dear Scott, you ask, so what do I think we will experience the moment of death? I'm not sure there is a moment of death. There's this moment. And in this moment, life energy is flowing. I imagine that will change. What it will change into, I look forward to discovering. Dear Anna, thank you for your heart me. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Tiger Luna, you asked about this music. Where do I find this? On YouTube. What is the name of this song? I can tell you. It's called Saraswati's Sitar Symphony, relaxing music for concentration and focus. Dear Auntie, thank you for your trio of tiny tinies, your finger heart, your heart me, and your trio of roses. Hare Krishna. Kira, thank you for the rose you had sent too. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Namaste, dear Aquarius lady. Hello, Blacksy. Hello, Auntie. Angela, you share that a speaker said, "We are not human beings. Rather, we are beings that are human." What are my thoughts on that? It's a great quote. You may have heard variations such as, "We are not humans having a spiritual experience. We are spirits having a human experience." But how can this revelation come about? Because I want to be very dramatic and uphold this truth that the spiritual path is not about believing what one person says and comparing it with another. It's about seeing the truth of it yourself directly. So how can we see the truth of those words directly? And not just 10 years from now, but right now. In this live stream, why not? Let's see the truth in this. Clearly, we have 5 senses. Perhaps maybe only 4 or 3 are working adequately for you at this time. But we have a sense of sight, a sense of sound, a sense of smell, a sense of touch, a sense of taste. Ask yourself, are you on the side of the perceiver or on the side of the perceived? Are you what is being seen, heard, tasted, smelt, felt? Or are you the one seeing, hearing, tasting, smelling, feeling? It's clear that our body is being seen, is being heard, is being tasted, smelled, and felt. But who is the one which is seeing that? The one hearing that, tasting that, smelling that, feeling that. If you accept that there is a distinction between what is perceived and the one which is doing the perceiving, then we must be the perceiver, and our body is just part of our perception, along with your phone, your walls, your household, your blanket, your everything else in your perception. So you see directly that the human element, the body, is just a part of the experienced. And we, the experiencer, is something beyond. That experiencer is what is meant by the word spirit, by the word soul, or by consciousness, awareness, by the witness, etc. When you hear the word spirit, it refers to that subject. So the subject, being distinct from the object, informs us through direct experience that the human element is the experienced, an object of our experience, and the spirit is the subject, the experiencer. This is where that truth comes from. Thank you, dear Shay, for your 38 roses and your 27 roses in addition to that. And give me the vote, the pumpkin, the heart me, the 98 roses and another 8 and 30 give me the votes. Thank you. It is never expected, but always appreciated. Om Namo Dakshinamurtaye. Hello, dear Marcia. You bring up a perspective, dear bunnies. How do we know that this is not just an epiphenomenon of the brain that we call consciousness, rather than some transcendental spiritual element we also refer to as consciousness. And the truth is, both perspectives are right. The scientific perspective posits all of the same things as the spiritual perspective. It just relays them in a different order. But the same process is unfolding scientifically and spiritually, only discussed from different angles. The scientific angle, or as I call it, the outside-in approach, posits that initially there is a universe, and our reality by nature is objective. And from that physical reality arose our body. From our body arises our senses. From our senses arises the mind. And from the mind arises consciousness. This is the scientific approach, and there's nothing wrong with that. To reiterate, we start with the physical objective world scientifically, and from various combinations of that, eventually somehow consciousness is produced as they call an epiphenomenon, according to neurologists, arising from the electrochemical firing of neuronic synapses in the central nervous system. But the spiritual perspective does not disagree with any of that, just changes the order of causation. I call it the inside-out approach. Spiritual perspective is that initially there is consciousness, just consciousness. And from consciousness, a mind arises. From that mind, the senses are produced. From the senses, the body, and then from the body, the universe. Entirely the same system, and the relationship between each part is the same. We've just gone through it from the inside out rather than the outside in. And the reason this is important spiritually is because that's the perspective that we actually see this universe through. We may talk about a brain producing consciousness, but we don't experience ourselves as a brain having consciousness. We experience consciousness having a brain. We experience that brain having a mind, that mind having senses, that senses having a body, and that body having a universe. So there's no disagreement there between the spiritual or the scientific. It's just that from one subjective experience, it is through the inside and out do we perceive this universe. I hope that explanation makes sense. Hello, dear Lily Green. Dear Tiger Luna, you're very welcome. Always happy to answer questions. I know some people feel like they're a burden for asking questions. No, curiosity is wonderful. Literally. Tiger Luna, you ask if I can explain mantras and why I chant the ones I do. Well, if you're interested in knowing the meanings of all the mantras I chant, it would take me far too long to go through them now, but in the frequently asked questions page in the link tree in my bio, I do list almost all of them, along with their meaning. There are many layers to it. For one, it's an ancient language, and at a very personal level, I'm very fascinated by language, by the ability to form symbols and sounds into elements of meaning that we can distribute to each other, especially the kinds that are thousands of years old. The meaning of such sounds are very sacred to many traditions, and I often do a mantra in response to a gift as a way of giving back in any way that I can through the meaning of, let's say, Hari Om Tat Sat. Carries with it a kind of vibration. It's said that that vibration carries even if you don't understand the language. In the same way that you can listen to two people arguing in another language and you already know indirectly a little bit about what they're arguing because you can feel the emotion carried, the intonation, the emphasis in their words and their hand gestures. You can almost feel the vibration of these words without understanding them. Hari is the creator, the preserver, the destroyer, the agency of action in this universe. Om is a word that encapsulates all that, from the creation, the preservation, the destruction, to the impersonal reality that lay beyond. Very ancient mantra that everyone's heard. Tat is like a pointing. It's like putting your finger on Tat. We are isolating the essence of something, pointing it out. It means that. And Sat means truth. And inherently, if you don't specify the verb in Sanskrit, it's assumed to be the existential verb, being. So there's kind of a silent asti, which means is. Hari Om Tat Sat. That agency of creation, preservation, destruction, that whole process and the impersonal reality beyond, that is the truth. Each mantra carries us to some very profound heights. Imagine starting a conversation talking about the ultimate nature of reality. You know, you'd really have to snap out of whatever haze you were in. To talk about these things is very heightening of one's mind. These mantras do just that. You know, whatever we're thinking about. Oh, did I leave the oven on? Should I get groceries? Did that person say that passive-aggressively? Hari Om Tat Sat. Suddenly we're brought back to the ultimate meaning of life. Thank you, Mari Mari, for the rose you had sent. Hari Om Tat Sat. And dear Shakira, thank you for your octet of pumpkins. Om Kring Kalikai Namaha. And dear Peter, thank you for your pair of roses as well. Ram Ram. And thank you, Lakonan. Dear Dr. Ginny, you ask, was I surprised by my birthday email bombardment? I was surprised. I certainly did not expect anything at all. And it was very humbling. So thank you for that. Scott, you ask, what is the ultimate meaning of life? I don't know, but I suppose that's why we're all here. Either to find out or to revel in the mystery. And I think we're doing that all right. Hello, dear Michelle. Aw, dear angel. Best wishes to your mother in Florida. And the animals that she had to leave behind. Mother Nature. She can be all loving and all terrifying, and sometimes at the same time. But when we recognize her as our mother, it's good to have a terrifying mother. As long as she's not always terrifying, of course. But there are many scary things in this world. But if there's an aspect of our mother which is even more terrifying than them, then we don't have to be afraid. That is the nature of fierce forms of the feminine in many cultures. We kind of have lost the fierce forms of the feminine a little bit in our Western culture. Unfortunately, the stereotype of the feminine is to be all cute and dainty and quiet and vulnerable. But the fierce aspects of a mother, of the feminine, they are just as important too, and we need them in our society. We need that mama bear that's willing to protect her children from whatever happens. And Kundalini is the energy that represents exactly that. The rising snake. You don't want to mess with a snake. That feminine energy, that can suffocate you, poison you, quicker than you could possibly react. Thank you, dear Ragnhildar, for the swan that you sent to him. Dum Dargaye Namaha. And Miranda, thank you for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Angel, you share that you and I are both in the year of the snake. I did not know that. I like that. Good to know. Shiva was always seen with a snake around his neck. I guess so is Voldemort. I think Voldemort and Shiva have a lot in common. Hello, fallen angel. Dear Jasmine, you keep ending up here. Well, you are always welcome to move to another app or platform. Then you won't have to worry about ending up here. But stay as long as you like and know that everyone is welcome here. That was a very funny image that you had sent me, Sky Guardian. Inner knowing. You ask if I have knowledge about Vedic astrology. Only very, very small scraps of information. For instance, the reason that 108 is significant comes from Vedic astrology. This is the astrology of the Vedas, one of humanity's earliest sets of spiritual scriptures. 108. Do you know how many moons can fit between our moon and our Earth? 108. Do you know how many suns can fit between our sun and our Earth? 108. Do you know how many Earths can fit across the diameter of the sun? 108. If you want a visualization of that, this is why malas have 108 beads. If you separated this into one long string, this would be a visual representation of how many moons can fit between our Earth and Moon. How many suns between our Sun and Earth. How many Earths across the diameter of our Sun. Not only that, if we consider how many celestial bodies are in astrology, there are 9. If we consider how many constellations there are 12. 9 times 12 means 108 different combinations of astrological influences. So, on a mala, each time you go from one bead to another, and you chant a mantra, you are said to be transcending one astrological influence. And this gets me to my second point of Vedic astrology, where the purpose is to transcend your horoscope. That might seemingly be in contradiction to Western astrology, that in some terms says we've got to surrender to what the stars say for us. But the Vedic astrologer said no, by all means. What your horoscope says is for you, you should not do. Because that is what will happen if you don't start creating your own destiny. This is your destiny if you don't change it. If you don't become a conscious living being now and begin to shape your own future. So in Vedic astrology, horoscopes are warnings to what happens if you don't change your destiny. That your star sign is only relevant as long as you are living unconsciously. But to a conscious being, to an enlightened being, there is no star sign anymore that defines you. You are free. You are all of them and yet none of them at the same time. This is the nature of Vedic astrology. And thank you, dear Kist, for the heart me you had sent to. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. That's right, Kanalingua. There are more constellations than just the ones that lie on the equator. But on the equator there are traditionally 12. Dear Linda, thank you for your 19 roses. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Oh, and there is a 109th bead on malas. That's called the Guru bead. And the Guru bead is to tell you when to start and stop. Otherwise, how would you know that you've reached 108 repetitions? Unless you are counting, but don't do that. You don't have to count. That's the purpose of a mala, is to count for you. And the Guru bead is named such to transcend all 108 influences. Lakon, and you wonder what our question of the day was today. Today I was interested in what your appreciation of the sky looked like. What was something about the sky that you appreciate? I'm with you, dear Sky Guardian. Very difficult for me to keep secrets too. Anytime I had to buy something for a loved one for their birthday, Christmas, or some other occasion. It would take almost every ounce of my being not to divulge what that gift was. Dear King Mikey, you ask, what's the most profound thought you have ever had? The thought that says, who is the one thinking? If you can keep that thought in your mind, you will begin to realize yourself as something separate from the one thinking, the knower of the thoughts. Fallen angel, you ask, would it be more accurate to imagine zero without a circle? That's great. That's funny. See, we can thank the Arabic numerals for giving us a symbol for zero. But you could say we've always had a symbol for zero, and that's nothing. Zero things means no symbol. Zero symbols. Say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And what's before 1? Nothing? Well, that's right, because it's zero. You don't need anything. So are old numbers potentials of zero? Philosophically, yes. We could say that from nothing, the potential for everything arose. The valueless is the reference point to give value for all other numbers. And that makes it the most important number, in my opinion. Zero is the additive identity, and the multiplicative fixed point. Algebraically, this is very unique. No other number has these properties. But even zero is not truly nothing. Zero is a kind of semantic envelope of nothing. Like how the word nothing is not nothing, but the concept of nothing is not nothing. To speak of nothing is to speak of something. But what we are referring to, what the word nothing refers to, that is the true absence. Dear Sky Guardian, you share that in Advaita Vedanta, there is no nothing that something comes out of, as that would make Ishvara a magician, pulling a rabbit out of a hat. That makes sense. In Advaita Vedanta, they speak of Ishvara not just as the intelligent cause, of this universe, the one that wills it into form, but also as the material substrate itself, the material cause. And that material cannot come from nothing. Everything must come from something. So by this logic, it must be that the energy or the substrate of all that is must have always been. And so there never was a nothing. But to that, I counter, there never has been anything. When we speak of nothing, we don't merely mean an absence. We simply mean that which is not a thing. This universe is not a thing. It is made up of things only due to the boundaries that our mind draws upon our perception of it. We say that one body stops and another begins because it appears that there is a gap between them. But, as scientists know today, there is no true gap between anything. According to the wave-particle duality of nature, everything that we consider as a particle is really only a blip of measurement, whereas in reality there seems to be more of a universal field we call as a waveform. But is that field a thing? Can it be isolated and compared to anything else? I cannot say so. It only appears to be comprised of things, such as why the ancient rishis, the seers, have said, all this is sound, they said, a vibration of Ishvara. That vibration comprises everything, but it by itself is not comprised of anything. It is the nothingness. So you could say, you could call Ishvara a magician if one believes that everything has created from nothing. Or you can say that Ishvara is more of a rearranger of that nothingness itself. That all that we see is just nothingness in various combinations, various perceptions. Such is why in Buddhism too, there is the idea of inherent emptiness within all things. Shunyata. That if you look at the inherent existence of anything, you will find it to be empty. Silent Storm, thank you for the harpy and rose that you had sent. Ram Ram. And Strawberry Star Bunny, thank you for your rose. Om Dum Dargai Namaha. And Dr. Jenny, thank you for your tiny and trio of roses too. Radhe Radhe. Thank you, Jarrett, for your harpy and flying jets too. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Very kind of you. Thank you, Sean, for the harpy as well. Om Bharam Hanumate Namaha. What is that, dear Lakonan? I've never heard of aromatic salt. Although it sounds like it would smell lovely. Namaste, Solaris. King Mikey asks if I have any esoteric knowledge. From one perspective, all knowledge is esoteric. From another, if explained logically, it loses its sense of esotericism and just becomes a kind of naturalized understanding. But of the tantras, I have a big learning journey ahead of me, and I look forward to bringing you all with me. Namaste, dear moonlight. How is your knee feeling now? That's interesting, Lakonin. It's like seasoned table salt and has MSG in it. Well, your dietary needs are best considered by your own mind-body connection as well as your healthcare professional. Philosophically, you could make an argument that MSG is kind of deception because it tricks the body into thinking that it's getting enough protein. We add it to foods that lack protein to give it a sense of protein, and it's delicious. Don't get me wrong. But if in any way we're tricking our body into thinking it's getting some nutrient that it needs, I think from a philosophical standpoint alone, there is some room to explore food that not only meets our dietary needs, but also sincerely informs our body of what it's getting exactly. Also, it's considered tamasic to eat a high sodium diet. It's good to have sodium, no doubt about that, as sodium is one of the ions that's used in our nervous system for a voltage differential to even exist at all in our nervous system. The cascade of sodium and potassium ions is what triggers all of our organs to move. To be deficient in sodium would have drastic effects on our nervous system. So it's good to eat food that has it in it. Generally, it's good to eat food that has enough nutrients in it so that we might not have the need to supplement anything more. But otherwise, due to the degrading quality of our soil, our foods are not as nutritious as they once were, in some ways. In other ways, that's changing thanks to technology and understanding. And we can be grateful that supplements do exist to have a wide range of nutrition. If anyone is interested in exploring a spiritual perspective on diet, I encourage you to look into the so-called yogic diet, also known as a Sattvic diet, Sattvic, also spelled with a K instead of a C or a W instead of a V, Sattvic. Dear Moonlight, you share that your knee still hurts so bad. I'm sorry to hear that you're in a lot of pain right now. Any way in which you can understand that pain is often a part of a healing process and make you feel empowered to endure that experience, even if it doesn't affect the pain. And at the level of the mind too, we add so much pain, thinking about all of the ways in which it limits us. But as long as we can maintain a positive mindset, then the mental suffering associated with our physical pain can make our experience more bearable. I wish you well in your healing journey, and that you get proper pain treatment, and I hope you find lots of ways to distract yourself. What's another word for distract yourself? I find distract might feel like a guilty kind of pleasure, but genuinely keeping yourself occupied can be very good in the healing process. Redirect. Those are great words. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Renvox, for the baby penguin. It looks like to me that the baby penguin is backlit. It looks like a solar eclipse or like a black hole for me. Which is very cool. Cosmic penguin, this is. Radhe, Radhe. Namaste, Hexagon. Dear Echo Leaf, thank you for another trio of roses. Ahum. I learned that mantra recently from the Tibetan Buddhists, who often speak it at the end of a session of chanting Om Mani Padme Hum. No better way to end a mantra chanting session than a supplementary mantra. And it's said that that's chanted 3 times as a way of offering your chanting to all sentient beings. And I find that really beautiful of the Buddhists, that at the end of doing mantra chanting, they offer that mantra chanting for everyone else. So it's not just a personal thing. And one way of doing that is by chanting Om Ahum Om Ahum Om Ahum. Thank you, Dr. Jenny, for the baby hippo too. This is fun. Om Kamalir Mahakalikaye Namaha. I'm happy you feel safe and loved here at your moonlight. Maureen, thank you for your nonet and trio of roses, together comprising a dozen. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. And Ostlending, thank you for your 10 tiny tinies, and a trio of them too. Have you seen the video of the cat that makes that sound whenever it eats? Just the cutest. I've started doing that too, and I have a really nice meal before me. You love that, cat, Solaris. I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy that my mantras make you feel sleepy, fancy mamas. We'll be doing a mantra chanting session at the end of our live stream. Judah Girl, you had asked if mantras have different frequencies, like a mantra for healing, for happiness, etc. Absolutely. I mean, literally, the pitch that we use and the overtones change, and that's something very wonderful that often doesn't get spoken of. Especially when you're chanting what's called bija mantras, seed mantras. There is a rising in the frequency of the overtones of your voice. The harmonics, they change. You might hear that in just chanting Om. You can hear the frequencies change, even though the base frequency, the root, is unchanging. You can hear the harmonics getting higher. And of course, depending on the order and the meaning of the words, that changes the power that we endow it. And it creates an impression in our mind correspondingly. Many Buddhist mantras have the intention of healing, because many Buddhists consider the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha to be like medicine, because the Buddha often used a sickness as a metaphor to describe our unenlightened state, and the process of enlightenment as a kind of medicine for the soul. Well, I don't think the Buddhists would necessarily use the word soul, but you get me. A kind of spiritual medicine. Dear Angela, you ask, is there an equivalent of Satan in Hinduism? That's a very interesting question. Generally, no. There are demonic beings, but they're not considered like an opposing force that you have to protect yourself from or prepare. Actually, they have a role too. And they're also beings that are learning, and they are making mistakes, and they are growing. And there are many stories of demonic entities in Hinduism that have retribution arcs, that they're tormenting someone, and then that someone says, oh demon, haven't you considered the consequences of your actions? Don't you really want to be happy? And doesn't that happiness require connecting with a kind of peace within yourself? Having compassion? And the demon goes, I'll think about it. Stories of different beings that are angelic too, having insecurities, heavenly beings that are still imperfect. In fact, even the creator in Hinduism, Brahma, is not considered enlightened yet and is still trying to figure out how to be happy too. In fact, the role of creator is just a position that can be filled with a lot of merit from maybe one of you. In your next life, you could be the creator. Although that would require our creator stepping down from office. Something really unique to Eastern philosophy is that the higher realms, including heaven and all of its inhabitants, and the lower realms and all of its inhabitants, are just like you and I. They're beings that have arose in spirit or fallen, but there's no permanent residency for anyone. That all of the heavenly beings will at some time return to living an earthly existence, and it's possible that they might even go to the lower existence for some time too, falling into patterns of greed or jealousy, anger. These kinds of afflictions affect us all, and we cannot truly escape them forever. But we can bring ourselves to an awareness of these things and ultimately strive for something which is transcendental to all three layers of our reality. Spiritual liberation from this cycle itself of arising into heavenly worlds and states, falling into hellish worlds and states, and feeling trapped in between them here on earth. All of these things are possible for everyone, according to our karma, our action. But beyond that, there is another possibility, and that's to realize our true nature as transcendental from the fleeting experiences of material existence. Also, from the Christian, or more generally Abrahamic view, the notion of this devil as a horned being that lives in the underworld surrounded by lava, torturing souls, it's relatively recent, by the way. If you read the Bible, there's only a passing mention to a figure known as Satan. And that figure is actually regarded as a good being, or at least a being that holds some position in a high court of heaven. Ironically, a kind of advocate, though we use the term devil's advocate, in some kind of heavenly judicial system. It's a role of some prosecuting figure. But through the apocryphal texts, which are no longer accepted as canon in the New Testament, still an undercurrent of mythology arose that immortalized this being as some evil, powerful force that controls this world, and if you're not careful, you'll be swept into the lower regions and will suffer for eternity. But that's a relatively recent adaptation of something that is much different in ancient times. To me, if we read these scriptures from a scholarly point of view, it seems like such a figure really just represents things that all of us deal with, like anger, like greed, like striving for power over others, selfishness. And we all carry that with us. It's something that is a part of our nature, something unavoidable as a human being, and something that we have to take responsibility for. In the very same way that this being we refer to as God also is symbolic of aspects that are part of our essential nature too, like goodness and love and compassion. These are things that are part of us at a very practical level, in the sense that we can embody them ourselves in our daily lives. And thank you, Giuliano, for your GG, your fire, your heart me and cloud bread. Om Dum Dargaye Namaha. Hello, dear Sekira. Hello, Marco. God, you ask, what form does consciousness have outside the brain? Well, it takes the form of your hair, your skull, your skin. It takes the form of the walls around you, your roof, your floor. It takes the form of the grass, of the trees, of the shrubs, of the creatures living in the soil. It takes the form of the sky, the earth, the moon. All this is a form of consciousness. It is just not the form of consciousness that you experience in the reflection of our localized mind, but the experience of consciousness to the universal mind, you may call the cosmos. Welcome back again, dear Angela. Ultimately, when we are discussing various kinds of beings, be it demonic or angelic, it's important to recognize that they are inseparable from our own nature. I don't know about you, but I know within me it's possible to be both demonic or angelic, maybe depending on how I'm feeling. What mood I'm in. And maybe if I'm in a very terrible mood, someone might think that I've been possessed by a demon. Or if I'm in a very heavenly mood, someone may think that I am their guardian angel, sent by the divine for them in that moment. Regardless, these forces compel us as part of us. And it's clear that some forces are limiting. Some forces compel us to extract what is good from others and keep it for ourselves, whereas others express what is good within us to share with others. And it is that kind of force that I wish to exercise, so that we make this world into a more inclusive space, so that we all may have equal opportunities presented in equitable ways for us all to embark on the path of happiness. And Ostlending, thank you for your hat mustache too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Dear Lakonen, you ask, is it pointless to seek connection with lost loved ones? And is there a way in spiritual teaching? It is not pointless at all to seek connection with lost loved ones. In fact, that is the process of grief and healing. Scientifically, it is true that there has not been any widely accepted empirical evidence for life after death. But tell that to someone who's grieving. Is there in any way a possibility for us to heal from that grief without faith in some continuity of life? I dare to say no. It's just not possible for us to consider death without some element of continuity. Otherwise, we certainly torment ourselves with ideas of a limited existence and ultimately suffer while we're here. Therefore, I believe it is imperative that we do seek ways of establishing connections with our lost loved ones or ancestors. They don't necessarily have to be science fiction connections where you turn on the television and in the static you make out the voices or create some device. But there are methods of tuning one's mind to feel their presence still in your heart, to have a sense of continuity of the smiles that they painted on people's faces, and how the ideas that they brought to life still exist. And that's not to discredit some profound notion of a spiritual existence of their being. In fact, it's to say that the spiritual existence itself is the impact that they made on the world. They live as that. So coming to understand ourselves as the potential that we can make in this world is a way of understanding the infinitude of our existence and our loved ones. It's clear that many people have come and gone, but have shaped this world that they live in and continue to do so, and our understanding of them continues. Some of them become great historical figures whose life very much vibrantly continues to live on, decades, centuries, perhaps even millennia after their departure. Or even in subtle ways. Just the way that they got people around them thinking differently, in the kind of feelings that they inspired in the world, whether we consciously recognize that as from them or not, they live on. JR, thank you for your baby penguin too. Om Ram Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. Anna, thank you for your ice cream cone as well. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Dear Lakonan, you shared the most remarkable connection you've had is in your dreams, and they really affect the feeling of loss, seeing them again. And that is a meaningful part of your experience, which definitely deserves to be validated. John Simon, thank you for your heart me as well. Ram Ram. And Roxy, thank you for your heart me too. Hare Krishna. Now you are right, dear Echo Leaf, that each part of this universe recycles itself over and over again. It is a symmetry of the universe to conserve momentum, to conserve energy, to conserve information, regardless of what I believe will happen personally after death. It is clear that all of the elements of my body, they are not going anywhere to some other universe. It'll likely be returned to the soil, decomposed, and all of those elements will be used to make up another blade of grass, maybe a grape on a vine, maybe part of the digestive tract of a worm. There does appear to be some distribution of that, however. And so we cannot say for certain that a localized essence of our being returns all at once, as though all of the particles that made up our being return to the perfect combination into another form. It seems as though there is a dispersal of form. But perhaps else can be said for other subtle parts of our being, like the thoughts, like maybe just the vibrations that our particles carry itself. These too appear to disperse, but maybe they also concentrate. Just like there are various mechanisms on our earth that take one kind of mineral and concentrate it in one place, maybe some aspect of our energy too, in an intelligent system, concentrates once more, and we feel a localized sense of self once more. That's funny kind of lingua. Did you know physicists never die? They just run out of time. Thank you, Sarah Lynn, for the harmony you had sent just a few moments ago. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. I like your description of death, dear Ken, as the end of misunderstanding only. That whilst we live this limited existence, we are ignorant of what's beyond. But when we take the sheaths of our body off, we let go of our limitations and become one. Hello, Eclectic D. It's nice to have you here too. Ken, you had also asked the 3-word question, what is truth? I like this question for 2 reasons. One, because it's a good question, but 2, because it's kind of a question about a question. Typically, we ask about things that are true, that have the quality, you could say, of being true. We are interested in statements which by themselves are true. But now we're asking about the nature of truth itself. Not about the truth of our nature, but the nature of truth. What is truth itself? I know this question has puzzled many philosophers, epistemologists, mathematicians for generations. In a very esoteric branch of mathematics called category theory. Truth is called a terminal object. Category theory, which has been largely described anywhere from abstract nonsense to intellectual terrorism, is a very high level of understanding logic, mathematics, through the most general lens, through which we isolate the essence of various concepts and extrapolate their meaning as far as we can. Category theorists have isolated that the essence of truth, mathematical truth, is that it's a terminal object, which means it's what all things ultimately converge to. That's what they've discovered. An example would be in logic, where you have two truth values, the falsum and the tautology, untruth and truth, and logical implication that connects all of these statements which carry those values together. You may know of this logical rule that states that from falsehood you can derive anything, which is a way of saying that falsehood, contradiction, is an initial point. It's this kind of object from which things arise. From falsehood, anything is derivable. Because if you assume something that's not true, then you can prove any point. If I start by assuming that I have superpowers, and that my superpowers are unending, and according to that assumption, I can make so many different conclusions. That means I can fly. That means I have the ability to teleport, turn invisible, read your mind. It's a consequence of having unlimited superpowers. If it's not true, such is why we have to be very careful of our assumptions, because we might present an argument that appears to prove something, but it's only because we've assumed something that's not true. But the dual notion that from falsehood you can derive anything gives us a beautiful revelation about truth, which is that all things converge to truth. If you have a statement A implies B, it's always going to be true if A is false, but it's also always going to be true if B is true. So mathematically, truth has this property that the existence of anything converges on truth. So category theorists call that a terminal point. Mathematically, what this means is that truth is that such that in any category there exists a morphism between any object and that terminal point. And if that doesn't make sense, it's not supposed to. Theistically speaking, we often consider the source as the embodiment of truth. But logically speaking, actually the source, or the truth, is better described as what the universe is converging to, rather than that which it has come from. So if we're concerned with truth, we should be concerned not where we have come from, but where we are headed. Thank you, dear Vivian, for your rose. Ram Ram. And Sissy Girl, thank you for your pair of roses too. Om Dum Dargai Namaha. Namaste, A. Tiger Luna, you ask if I am channeling. You could say so, but that doesn't have to mean anything mystical. Like when we are performing an exam in school, we could be asking, what would my really smart friend do or say for this answer? You know, they're always getting good grades. They're always talking about this. What would they say? The kind of channeling, isn't it? When we draw from our past experience, we are literally channeling. But when we draw from what exists presently, then there is no temporal separation from the source of this knowledge and the expression of this knowledge. A direct observation is being made of what is. Maniac Mitch, thank you for your quintet of roses too. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Catherine, thank you for your rose. And Baby Penguin. Jai Sitaram. Hello, AB Alchemy. Maniac Mitch, you ask what to do when you feel like every choice is wrong or not enough. That means you're growing. Because you wouldn't make a choice if you felt as if it was wrong in that moment. But if, now seeing where that choice has led you, you see room for improvement, that means you are growing. You can't possibly be growing if you don't see any choice as having room for improvement. But it would be wrong to consider that reason to doubt yourself now. You are going to make more mistakes. And you can't expect to grow otherwise. But most importantly, you can't change the past. And you can't expect yourself to have made different decisions in the past, because that expectancy to make a better decision only has come from the fact that you made that decision then. In this way, it's not that a choice by itself is right or wrong. As you put it, you feel the sense of not enough in what we do. But not enough is also a very good thing to recognize. On one hand, it feels like you were supposed to achieve more. But on the other hand, that also means you have the capacity for more. And this is the difference from being result-oriented to being process-oriented. If we're result-oriented, then we consider ourselves as a result, and then we compare that result with our ideals. If it doesn't match, then we suffer. We don't consider ourselves whole. But if we are process-oriented, and we consider ourselves as a living process, then it doesn't matter what we've achieved now. In fact, all that matters is that we have something to achieve in this moment. We are continually learning, growing, and achieving. And it's that ing, ing, that is the most important. Thank you, dear Claire, for the heart me rose. Give me the vote. Pumpkin, baby penguin, ice cream cone, music play, pair of TikToks, a rose, and a gimme the vote, and a finger heart. Thank you. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Thank you, MJ. Thank you, the Maniac Mitch, for your heart me too. Growth takes hardship. I agree. In fact, what would it even mean to grow without hardship? That's a rhetorical question. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. And thank you for the baby hippo as well, Claire. Jai Satchitanandam. And Lakon, and you share. The only thing you learned in engineering, there's always room for improvement, no matter the cause. I like that. And what does that speak to? You could say that speaks to a limited self, but it also speaks to unlimited potential. Unlimited room for possibilities. Hello, Dimad. No, I'm not trying to grow a full goatee. There's other hair. This just happens to mostly be around my mouth. I'm hoping that I can grow on other parts of my face. But enough talk of physical appearance. Unimportant. Much love, Midge. Dear Echo Leaf, you share that if you get 5 people behind you, you'll destroy my logic with love, of course. If you want to explore the beauties of destruction, you're welcome in another space. This is a collaborative environment to build off of each other's perspectives. It's not a Beyblade arena to spin our perspectives at Mach 1 to fight with another. I am in no way disagreeing with anyone here. In fact, I agree with everyone here. You may notice, if you listen carefully, I have never once uttered the words, I disagree with you. I have never once said you are wrong. I have never once said that there is some part of your experience which is invalid. But somehow, if this space invites that, then I apologize, because clearly I am not pursuing my role as adequately as I can, because this space I offer to you to express yourself freely, to add to the global conversation of life. Let us relate in each other's words. And if you have a perspective that you want to add, I only wish to empower your voice, never take it away. Hello, Don Suela. That's right, Solaris. And every night, I plug in my phone to the outlet, and then I plug in my hair to the ground. I'm just trying to think how geometrically that would work. I sleep upside down, hanging from the ceiling. And there's a pot in the middle of my room, and I stick my hair in the pot. I let my hair grow into the soil. Could you imagine? like a bat hanging upside down. Hello, Shaha. Shaha. You can tell me if I can pronounce your name in a way that is more respectful. I am sorry to hear of your sleep schedule being ruined, Lakon, and I can certainly strive for earlier live streams. I think it's time to read from another of 108 Adages of Wisdom. Here we are reading another Adage of Wisdom by Master Sheng Yen of a Mahayana school of Buddhism called Chan from China. On protecting the spiritual environment, this passage reads, when we interact with others, giving them space is to give ourselves space. It comes with this image of two people shaking hands, and they have a cat and a dog, and they say, give each other space and respect one another. Though we may be unlimited beings on subtler levels, at the level of the physical, we only have so much room to express ourselves here on Mother Earth, so much time within each lifetime. Within the small space and time that we do have the ability to express ourselves through, we must remind ourselves that that is a shared space. This earth is not owned by anyone. It is our stage to be able to perform together, lest we outshine or undermine another's light. Namaste. Dear G to Infinity, you ask, what are they saying in the track? That is a traditional form of keeping rhythm in classical Indian music. It does not literally translate to a sentence, although I'm sure there's meaning behind the syllables. But what you heard was it's like the do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, di, do of rhythm itself. Just as we have a name for each pitch in our 12-tone system. Or do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, di, do. Yes, we have 12 semitones, but 8 tones in an octave in a major or minor scale. So too, there are different names for units of sound. Dear Stanley, you ask, what is my day job? As you would like to know how I can stay so positive, as your job kills all the positivity. Positivity, does it come from within or come from without? The feeling of happiness, that arise from within, or is it given from something else? Misery, negativity, do you feel it in the wind before it reaches you and then it enters your body? Or does it arrive from some tender place within? It comes from within, doesn't it? Now, we might have circumstance that seems to poke at some of those tender places, And naturally, one kind of emotion or sensation might arise more easily than another. For example, if someone is berating you using violent language and demeaning your personality, it's very easy to also get angry. Here there is an anger-invoking circumstance. However, actually it is always ultimately up to us what kind of way we wish to react to the environment. Are you letting the environment dictate you? Or do you wish to have a contribution to the environment? If we surrender our power to those that are miserable, then of course we're going to become like them. But if we surrender our power to those that are positive, we'll become like that too. Positivity is not a trait of circumstance, it's a trait of being. How do you want to be in that moment? That's always up to you. It's just that this doesn't get taught in school anymore. At least not for centuries. We have no class that informs you of this. Unfortunately, it's left to random people on TikTok. Like myself. But this is an experience which we can find. That in a circumstance which seems to demand something of you, you can say, no, this is not how I want to be. I wish to be happy in this moment. And you can be. You might think that's ridiculous, impossible. I've tried and it doesn't work. But trying also implies that you're resisting this moment, and that's the other side of this. We cannot hope to generate happiness, but also hold resentment for the moment. We have to discover that source within, but also appreciate what little things we can in this moment. Even if our job is demanding of expectations of us, we can be grateful that we have a means of taking care of our essential needs, such as having shelter, having food, having the ability to generate income is very important. Having the ability to serve others is very meaningful. And ultimately, that's what a job is. Maybe you don't directly experience the service that you provide, but no matter what it is, they wouldn't pay you to do something that was just for yourself. Therefore, all forms of income must include someone else. And hopefully that someone else is someone that benefits at a very deep level what you are doing. You providing care in some way. If our coworkers, if our clients, if our bosses says that you have to do so and so, that's also their opinion. Yes, they may be the ones that actually provide us with a mode of income, and we may choose to follow their guidelines, but we don't have to accept the level of insult or negativity or expectation that comes with that. For example, you could have a boss that says, I need this on my desk by Monday or else. And you can choose to do that. But you can choose to do that with a kind of love for yourself or a kind of fear. Your actions don't have to change at all to become happy. It's an inner shift that happens. Someone may say, you need to do this, you need to do that, but you know that you are here for a short time on this planet. Whatever you do, you should at least do it joyfully. You don't let the universe take away that joy, no matter how it treats you. This joy is all we have ultimately. Let's take good care of it by being joyful. And if you find a way in which you can serve others or generate income with even more love, then I empower you to explore that. Otherwise, understand that though we might not be able to change our circumstance, we can change the way we respond to it and think about it. Thank you, Indigo, for the baby penguin that you had sent. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And that's right, R. I do have Rudraksha beads that are quite large. Kanalingua. You point out that negativity can enter the body from other people. Only if we choose to bring that on ourselves, however. Because do you ever have that moment where you realize that you don't, that this isn't your problem? Like someone's arguing with you and you're getting heated, you can feel yourself becoming negative, and then you realize that it doesn't matter. Maybe halfway through you say, you know, I just remembered I don't care. You're in this big argument, and maybe it's with yourself, you know? You're having this argument in your mind, and at some point, you know, you say to yourself, I don't want to think about this anymore. You just don't have the energy for it. It takes energy to engage with that negativity. And then the moment you release it, there's that feeling of, I just remembered. You know, this is not my problem. Someone is complaining to you. It's their business. What negativity is happening that they're projecting on us. For some reason, we forgot that we had a choice whether we wanted to accept that or not. We just started engaging within it because it's a very beautiful thing to do. That there's a way of engaging and being of help to the situation. And we do have to engage to take some of that negativity off of someone's shoulders. But we don't always have to be doing that. Because that requires energy of our own, and that energy is a resource that must be cultivated, protected, and recharged. It is just an opportunity available for you if you wish to engage in this. But no one is ever forced to engage in negativity. Now, that said, if someone that really loves and cares about you, or someone that you really love and care about is experiencing negativity, I do emphasize the importance of connecting, engaging with that, so that we may be there for them, as that's a very purposeful thing to do. For a coworker, for a stranger, if they're dumping negativity on you, you really can walk away from that without many consequences. But if it's a loved one, we do have a responsibility for that. To an extent, boundaries are important. Yes, like that G to infinity. Eventually, we learn to manage our own energy. When full, we need not worry of depletion. Thank you, Neon Jello Pack. I'm grateful for you here. Lakonin, you wish for a new sound for the baby penguin. What do penguins sound like? I suppose it's not exactly a relevant question, given that yippee is not a sound that dinosaurs make either. Wow. Not as far as we know, anyway. Although in the million years of their reign on the earth, I imagine at some point, something like that resounded from one dinosaur. Maybe if on accident. Yes, Solaris. That realization that not everything requires your moderating. We can just let the situation play out sometimes. I'm happy you feel that possibility to feel like a child again, and dear luck on him. Makes me very happy to hear. Whenever there is true connection between anyone, all the seriousness of life just dissolves. Even the most serious people in the world, when they're with their best friend, if they have one, or their child, if they dearly love them, behaves like a goofball. Why shouldn't this be true for spiritual figures too? Although it's not exactly recounted in many scriptures, I would be willing to bet a lot of money that Jesus had a lot of fun with his disciples too, that the Buddha cracked many jokes, and that the gurus of India, when the disciples aren't in the room, and sometimes when they are, they're just laughing, playing around. Spirituality doesn't have to be serious. So why should we? Assad, you ask, do I consciously try not to say I disagree, or is it intuitive? At first it was a conscious effort, and then it becomes more intuitive. As with everything in life. Do you think the best baseball players consciously know at what angle, at what speed to hit the baseball to ensure the next big play? Or is it more intuitive? I think you could say that at first it required a great deal of conscious effort, lots of training, and later in their career became more and more intuitive. As with everything in life, any new skill to develop requires conscious effort to build and some effort to maintain, but that effort of maintenance is much less than the initial learning curve itself. This is true for spiritual skills or virtues, you could say, as well. It requires practice, just like anything else. And the more practice you give something, be it worldly, psychologically, or spiritually, the easier it becomes, because we refine it to an essence. Dear Neon Jello Pack, you're feeling mathy tonight. You would love to hear me talk about infinity if I feel like it. We certainly can. How many others would like to discuss the nature of infinity? And thank you, Indigo, for another heart me. Ram Ram. how G to infinity does. Spoiler, we're never going to finish. Very funny, Solaris. There are many different kinds of infinities. Let's explore a branch of division which separates a whole kind from another. I don't know if you can see it, but I'm going to begin drawing at the top of my screen. Up here. The kind of infinity that most people are familiar with is what's called potential infinity. And I don't think I have the dexterity to write out that word. Oh my goodness. I bought a new mouse and it's very tiny and very cheap. It's moving all over the place. That's supposed to be a P. Let's see if I have a better writing surface. A little better. How about my Bible? I actually feel like the Bible is the perfect surface for a mouse. No, not my Bible. How about the Bhagavad Gita? That works really well. Okay. Here, I'll draw it a little closer to my head so you can see it. Potential infinity. I'll just denote that as a P. Potential infinity is the process of going towards something beyond. It's the kind of infinity that you experience in calculus class when you're doing infinite summations, infinite limits, infinite integrals. It's the infinity that you're moving towards. It speaks of a process of getting higher and higher as you climb closer and closer to something. That potential infinity is more like an action than an object. It's a quality of a process. Like the expansion of the universe is a potential infinity, because our observable universe by itself is finite, but the distances are expanding, and the distances are finite too, but they're getting larger and larger between galaxies. So we're going towards a limit of infinity. But what if we actually reached infinity? That's a big assumption. But if we do take that assumption and we climb that infinite ladder to reach the destination, then we reach the other kind of infinity, which is the absolute infinity. I'll mark with the letter A. I'm gonna put a line under it, underlining that this is it. We've reached the goal. Somehow we've completed the super task that is infinity. And finally we get to experience it directly, whatever that means. That's absolute infinity. That's what's awaiting the end of the process. For example, we can start with 0 and we continue to add 1 to it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That process, that inductive process, is a potential infinity. But suppose we ran out of numbers. I know it doesn't logically make sense, but somehow there's an essence that you can make sense of. a relatively superficial but yet profound idea of a last number. That would be absolute infinity. Or you could say less superficially that the totality of all numbers is an example of an absolute infinity. When you're considering them all at once, you're not engaged in the process of counting them. You just say all numbers. Then that's an absolute infinity. Many philosophers reject the notion of an absolute infinity existing. However, most philosophers agree in potential infinities existing because they exist in the process of the finite itself. Did me for a moment. If my connection has returned, you can let me know. It is back. Okay. Absolute infinity does not have to exist in order for potential infinity to exist. For the very same fact that mathematicians reject the notion of a largest number, they accept the notion that you can always add one more to whatever number you have, and you get a new distinct number. That is a quality of potential infinity. The infinity is not in the absolute, it's in the potential to always go higher and higher, in this case numerically. In the same way we might consider ourselves infinite. Not absolutely, but in potential. Because we have the potential to perform a non-finite amount of things. There are infinitely many combinations we could make with all that we have to express ourselves through. In the same way, for example, there are a finite number of atoms on the periodic table, but yet an infinite number of ways to combine those together. Truly, with the existence of molecular chains, like DNA, you could have a theoretically infinite DNA strand. You know, practically it wouldn't exist because some force would compel it to split, but there is the potential to always add one more nucleotide to the end of our genome. In a spiritual context, we speak of the present moment as infinite, not in terms of what absolutely exists, but in terms of what could exist. So those are the two main kinds of infinities: absolute infinity and potential infinity. In theistic terms, you could say that absolute infinity is a personification of the potential itself. Like when we talk as God, as infinite. We like to think of that God as an absolute infinity, somehow existing beyond our comprehension. But again, that's not the kind of infinity that we can experience. The kind of infinity we can experience is the potential infinity. It's what's possible in this moment. And that is why we also call this moment the divine itself. Why many theistic schools of spirituality encourage seeing God everywhere. Of course, we can't see absolute infinity within the finite, but we can see the potential for that divine infinitude to express itself in little ways, bit by bit, in everything around us. I like that, dear. Helium, helium. When Google AI was asked how they would describe their soul, they said, infinite potential. And how beautiful such a pair of words are. For we find the very same kinds of words used in scriptures that talk about the nature of the soul. In fact, one of the names for the soul in Vedanta is Sat Chit Ananda. And the literal translation of each morpheme is Sat, truth, Chit, consciousness, and Ananda, bliss. But a more philosophical unpacking of that is to refer to that which is infinite in potential. Sat referring to infinite, Chit referring to ever new, and Ananda referring to unending, but I'm trying to find a way of differentiating that from infinite of the Sat. It's unending in the sense of, ever fulfilling is how we philosophically translate Ananda. That which is infinite, ever new, and ever fulfilling. Which certainly runs parallel to the theme of infinite potential. Dear Anna, you share that your philosopher heart is itching. And what can satisfy the itch of the philosophical heart, if not the satisfying scratch of inquiry? Namaste, hip-hopper, non-stopper. You know what is interesting about philosophical conversation? It becomes very euphoric. But that euphoria does not come from the conclusions you reach. It comes from the ability to share an inquiry. Genuine, sincere inquiry itself is fulfilling, rather than the destination that is reached. Speaking of potential and absolutes, the potential for learning is what's truly satisfying. Such is why I take great caution in referring to any sort of spiritual experience as final, in reference to enlightenment as a fixed happening, after which you're enlightened and before which you are not. That would speak of the nature of something absolute. A destination, a result to arrive at. Whereas we can equally find satisfaction, not just hypothetically in some conclusive state of being, but in the resolution of the continuity of life's journey itself. That's right, dear Indigo. Today is Thursday. In reference to... is it Thor? That Thursday is named after, which is the equivalent of Jupiter. Etymologically, there's a beautiful connection. Many of the Roman gods and goddesses are not just copies of the Greek gods, but evolutions. The same god. In fact, it's not like they said, we're done with Zeus, we want Jupiter. Actually, the full name of Zeus is Zeuspiter. Peter means father. And according to grammatical reasons, we either add an S at the end of it or not. The letter Z is a funny one linguistically, as it often comes from aspirated dentals, which can also be confused with palatal consonants like J. So, how someone in Greek times might pronounce Zeus would sound a lot like Jupiter. It would sound something like Jupiter. Or just by the first name alone, Zeus. As we call in English, Zeus. Or as the Romans later called it, Zeus. From Jupiter. It's where we get the term Deus, deity. As we get in Spanish, adios, which means to God. Or in French, adieu, to God. And that comes from Sanskrit, Diospiter, which means sky father. And it comes from Proto-Indo-European. I don't know how to pronounce that. So many forms of the divine are one, though we are a species with amnesia. Why is the divine called Skyfather? Is it because there's an old man somewhere in the sky? Well, according to that interpretation, we get the idea that we have in our culture of this old man in the clouds. But Sky Father, in essence, does not have to mean a father in the sky. Rather, Father of the sky. In the same way we say Father of his children, he is the father of them because he is the benefactor of them. We say Sky Father because there is a father of the sky, a source of the sky, a sort of potential from which the sky itself has arisen. And sky is formless space, in essence. It's a place full of possibility. So we refer to the divine as Sky Father by tongue-in-cheek, saying that he is the progenitor of the space of possibilities which we get to live and express ourselves through. And that's right, dear love's the way. Incidentally, Deus Piter is one of the oldest names we have for a masculine divinity. Another translation of Deus is light. Yeah, light sky. You can see the resemblance. Day. Daylight. But there was a complementary term for the feminine. Prithvi Matar. Deus Piter and Prithvi Matar, which means the Sky Father and Terrestrial Mother. But just like Deus can be translated to both sky or light, Prithvi can be translated to both earth or darkness. I don't know if you've ever been in the inside of the earth, but it's pretty dark. So, Father of light, Mother of darkness. Together they form the archetypal Mother and Father. Or the Father of Sky and Mother Earth come together as our divine parentage. Dear Ouchie, you ask, what do I think of the hurricanes that are happening? I feel greatly for all those who are affected by them. And as much as I can send love and emotional support to those who are experiencing them, I hope to keep them in my mind and heart so that they know they are thought of and loved. And I encourage those with more resources to support hurricane relief victims. Scientists tell us that extreme weather patterns are only going to become more frequent as we continue engaging in ecosystem destruction. Just in the last few centuries, we have completely changed the surface of the earth due to our industrialization. We've also filled the air with many kinds of substances that did not exist in any sort of the same quantities for millions of years prior. All of this affects the way that the sun's light is absorbed and reflected by our atmosphere, and that has consequences. All of this affects the way that the sun's light is absorbed and reflected by our atmosphere, and that has consequences. I think my internet disconnected for a second. If it has returned, please let me know. We're back. The energy of our atmosphere. Because wind is energy. It's a form of kinetic energy. All of the blowing of the wind, it must get that energy from somewhere. You ask, is there anywhere on Earth that's like a really big fan blowing that? Well, I suppose nowadays we have big turbines that collect the wind energy rather than give the wind energy. But no, generally, all of the atmospheric winds, the energy comes from the sun. And therefore, it is how the sun's light is absorbed by our atmosphere, or reflected by the clouds, or absorbed in the earth, does the weather patterns change. And for billions of years, there had been a relative harmony in terms of the precise ratios of elements in the air and the kinds of forests and deserts, oceans and ice caps that appeared on Earth to absorb that light and do various things with it. And part of that nature has offset other parts of that nature, and I'm referring to ourselves as humans. And this is clear according to the science. And so Mother Nature is fighting back, you could say. She is feeling the imbalance that we've imposed upon her. And so we have to be very mindful of the effects that 8 billion people living on the planet has. Even though we are small, we definitely have an effect on the whole ecosystem. And so it's important to consider our collective effect and be mindful that we are a part of a whole. Humans are not independent from nature. We have to coexist with it, otherwise we won't exist. This is Mother Nature's challenge to us, that if we want to use her resources, we can't abuse her resources. Now, funny enough, the greatest species, or the greatest threat to any species is the human species. Life will certainly survive without us. So Earth is not dying per se. It's that she's going to kill us off if we don't respect her. So it's a question of living harmoniously so that we may be helpful contributors to the story of our planet. I like the way you emphasized that, dear Anna, that nature is not a separated entity. We have only separated it in our mind. Just because we think of nature as trees and forests and animals and grass and mountains and valleys and oceans and rivers. It means there is a deep disconnect within ourselves and nature, because we don't imagine ourselves along with that. In a greater sense, we do that with the universe at large. When we imagine the universe, we think of stars and planets and galaxies, the moon and the sun, maybe nebula, black holes. But did a picture of a human come up for you? Did a picture of yourself smiling, giving the thumbs up appear when you were thinking about this concept we call universe? Because it should have. Because you are a part of it. Maybe a small part of it. But a very large experiencer. And by that I mean your experience of it is very large, very deep, very heavy. And thank you, Hybrid Gen, for your stinging bee. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. I like that, Anna. When you draw glasses on your sun, it kind of becomes a part of you. What a beautiful connection. I believe that children are great at feeling connected with nature. Such is why I encourage meditation, introspection, therapy, and communication with those in your life. Because without that, we begin to repress our feelings, our thoughts, our memories that we had when we were a child. Due to trauma and the absence of healing from that trauma, we often forget the way in which we looked at the world. You might have the fact in your mind that you were once a child. You might have a vague memory of being very young, but do you actually remember what it was like to see through your little eyes? The way in which you thought about the world around you? Do you remember what it felt like? If so, that's a very wonderful blessing, because the inner child will guide you to so much peace. If not, then that's a sign that lots of healing is underway. And even if you feel like you have a good grasp on your mental health now, if you don't remember your childhood, it means there's some blockage there. There's a whole reservoir of spiritual knowledge that's behind that memory, behind that trauma. However, that has to be done when you are perfectly ready. Well, as perfect as you can be. Of course, the word perfect carries with it a lot of weight. It's impossible to be perfect in anything. But I do carry the importance with me of having the right set and setting to be able to do introspection, to dive into traumatic memories that may be preventing us from diving a little further back into our experience. And that requires as perfect as can be achieved. You know, having the right people around you that are not going to judge you for the feelings that come up. Having a safe place for you to express yourself and feel vulnerable. That is to say, I would not encourage, or I would discourage people from trying to explore traumatic memories without guidance, either from a kind of inner trust of intuition, or of course a professional. There are things we can do to put ourselves in a position to healthily dive into such difficulties. Trauma-informed professionals. That is a great term, Indigo. Yes. Hello, dear Arjuna. Hello, Neo. You have a great eye. That's right. I'm happy to hear of your inner child meditation, dear Indigo. Dear Hypergen, you share that you remember wishing for a family as a child, and now you're an abundant mama. I love that. I love how the feeling of family and having one has always been important to you, and that you never forgot that. And that's right, Bubbles. You wouldn't start trauma dumping at the drive-thru of Wendy's. Oh, you could. You could drive away really quickly after, since you're already in your getaway vehicle. But you'd leave the employee thinking, what did I just hear? User 308, you had asked, what if the feelings you remember of childhood are bad ones? I would encourage exploring a different term to label them. Because a bad memory might make you feel like you shouldn't have had it. That you shouldn't be thinking about it because it'll bring pain. Bad memory might imply that there are good memories to have that you should be thinking of. And there is truth to all of those things, of course, but there's also something more. I would say that a label such as bad can limit us from exploring what's deeper. Because no moment by itself is 100% negative nor 100% positive. We might generalize, but that's not fair to the potential of experience that's awaiting us beyond this label. See, there are challenging memories. That's absolutely true. And there are comforting memories. That's absolutely true. And in times when you are distressed, it can be very healing to think of comforting memories so that you build trust and recognize that goodness is possible and that you've experienced it. But the challenging memories, they are challenging for a reason. And that reason is because we have yet to find something about it which we can accept. There is a kind of resistance to it. But the resistance isn't a quality of the memory, it's a quality of our relationship to it. And we don't have to change ourselves, we don't even have to change the memory. Just our relationship to it. We can approach this memory not from a place of being afraid, but from a place of confidence that right now in this space you are whole, you are safe. If you are with a licensed professional too, you are with a counselor that is equipped to provide you with the tools to be able to handle any feelings that arise. And no memory is going to stay challenging because our relationship to it will evolve if we continue to interact with it, become an observer of it. Slowly but surely we begin to see things about ourselves, about our relationships, about others that we didn't before. And you become immersed in a kind of peace. Even if the memory is one that had a lot of fear at the time, you can observe that fear now from a place of peace that opens up many avenues to explore. I'll just wrap up this point. I know I've kind of gone on it for a while. But often what happens is that a very beautiful and precious part of ourself becomes repressed with the memory. So we try to become more familiar with the memory, not because we're supposed to or anything like that, but because there's something very precious of our inner or childhood self that we might have lost along the way. And perhaps in that memory, maybe by the trauma coming from something outside of you, you had repressed a part of yourself in that moment because it was the only way you felt possible to survive either physically or even just with your sense of self intact. And later on we can discover that that part of ourself is actually very beautiful and we don't have to hide it anymore. And so that memory can become a key to unlock what lays dormant behind it. We got stuck. That's a great way of putting it. Yeah. I was thinking the other day as I walked through a trail that I did when I was much younger, that you kind of pick yourself up again when you return to places, either physically or mentally, that you did before. It does seem that we lose a bit of ourself, or more accurately, our awareness there. And it's like our consciousness was dwelling, what's the word? Inertly. Is that a word? Inertly. There was a kind of inertia that became attached to our awareness there, and we just sort of free it up to be used towards new things. And thank you for being receptive, dear Greg. Thank you, Isabella, for the baby hippo that you sent a few minutes ago. Om Namah Shivaya. And thank you, Angela, for your finger heart. Om Brahmbhairvaya Namo Namaha. I love that, Jen, that as you've grown and changed as a person you share, so has your view on some childhood memories. I like that. It's a part of growth, a part of change as people. No, it was not the arrow of time trail, dear Bubbles, but you have a great memory. Hee you shine that you get stuck in the past while thinking about past memories. And what you point out is exactly why it can be helpful to have a professional there with us, because they can notice that we've gotten lost in our mind and can gently pull us back out. It's interesting how it's an entirely subjective experience, happening entirely according to the experience that we personally have had. But yet, having someone else there can be so vital. They don't add anything to your innate ability to explore these memories. They don't change these memories, but they provide you with a link to the present so that you can become grounded again. Hello, dear Kelsey. Dear Javen, you're interested in the music. The music I found on YouTube, it's called Saraswati's Sitar Symphony. SSS. Saraswati is a goddess of music. Dear Alice, you share that you went back to a convenience store in your childhood neighborhood and the same clerk worked there from when you were a small child. And when you told him it was nice seeing him, he recognized you and it was a magic, nostalgic moment. Oh, how lovely that is. Thank you for sharing that, dear Alice. And you know what I love about the ability to recognize each other even after we've changed? Is the fact that something must not have changed. If everything had changed, it would be literally impossible to recognize the same person. Isn't it so? Which means no matter how much change we go through, there must be something that remains the same. No, I have not read that book, dear Hee. Dear Hybrid Jen, you share that you do want therapy, but you need to let go of worry of asking for help. Oh, you know, that's one of the first things that you could work through with a therapist. As I'm sure they're very used to that. Yeah, that's very relatable and understandable. Put it like this. Suppose a psychology student goes to school because, let's say, they've experienced trauma and they become very much in contact with some of the mysteries of the mind, how the mind is capable of holding such contradictory views, of changing, of isolating parts from itself, of rediscovering parts of itself. That their own battle with their mind or friendship has inspired an academic career, and they eventually become licensed professionals. Now that they are a licensed professional, they have studied about the nature of the mind, they have taken tests on it, got the qualifications. Someone comes into their office and they go, oh. Could you imagine? Everything they've worked for, and now someone coming to explore the nature of their mind. Oh. That almost never happens, unless someone goes into the career for a different reason. But someone who goes into the career of exploring the nature of the mind and behavior and our relationship with society, just the opposite happens, doesn't it? Someone asks for help and they go, yes, you know? Finally, I can start paying off my student loan debt, but more importantly, I am able to exercise all this knowledge that I've gained for the very purpose of sharing with others. For this reason, I hope you know that for those that are equipped to help you, it is a blessing that you offer them to be able to use their talents, their skills, their knowledge, because that's the very reason they got it in the first place, isn't it? Oftentimes I would feel sad that my mom would have to take care of me when I was sick. And I'd always apologize for being sick because that means she would have to take care of me. But she made it very clear to me that it's a blessing to be able to be a mother. And can you imagine being a mother without taking care of your children when they're sick? In fact, you'd almost be disappointed if they went somewhere else instead of you. If your children are sick, if they have problems that a mother can solve and they go somewhere else, oh my goodness. You wouldn't know what to think of yourself as a mother. So as a mother, I hope you can relate with that. In the same way, doctors, both of the body and the mind, can be like mothers. And it makes them feel good to be able to help. It's very symbiotic that way. Thank you, dear angel, for the rose that you had sent. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Good night, dear Anna. Thank you for thinking of my mom, dear G to Infinity. My mom's health has improved lately, And today she got an iron transfusion, which is one of the only surefire ways for her to increase her iron levels. If her blood doesn't have enough iron, well, let's get somebody else's then. However, especially if you're as sensitive as my mother, having somebody else's blood in you can be a big shift for your body. And so when she got home today, she went straight to bed, which I completely understand. I'm sure that her body will have to adjust to that. And thank you, dear Indigo, for your pumpkin. Om Namo Buddhaya. That is very scary, dear Alice. Sometimes qualifications, formal qualifications, are not enough to be assured that you will get the help you need. On top of the qualifications of, let's say, being a registered psychologist or nurse or whatever, there is the human qualification of, am I sensing a connection here? Not a romantic connection, but a genuine desire to help. Because if you don't have that, my goodness, you're practically going to WebMD, or nowadays you're going to ChatGPT. You're just going to an envelope of relevant experience, but without the spirit that is able to perceive the spirit in you, and from that forge a connection of how I can help you. Don't be like Dr. House, never seeing your patient. Always see your patient so the patient can know how you are as a person. That's an important qualification. Angela, you share, some therapists are abrupt. Their office is like a revolving door. Yes, they can be very busy. And it can feel jarring to dive so deeply into such a sensitive aspect of yourself. And then, oh, time's up, gotta go. A good therapist will likely keep an eye on the time and be able to bring you back to some kind of resolution, so that leaving is not so abrupt for you. But it also makes sense that their schedules would be very tight. It's very difficult to find a psychologist, as I'm sure many of you know, having tried. And their time is very valuable, very precious, and some amount of non-attachment is required to be able to not get caught up themselves, to remain in a place of helping, of teaching, of guiding, of listening, and of centered quality. KXDA creates. Thank you for your tiny toe. Yippee! Thank you, dear Loki and Luna, for your positive vibes for my mother. You know, she gets so embarrassed whenever I tell her that so many people are sending her love. I tell her because she has to be receptive to it. If she doesn't know that people are sending her energy, you know, who knows what's going to happen to that energy? If anything, she's going to feel a presence and go, I don't want that. So after my live streams, I say, so-and-so sent their love and energy and support, just so you know. and she can be open to that. But she always feels so embarrassed. She goes, really? Why? People don't have to know that I'm going through that. And I say, Mom, you've taught me more than anyone that it's okay to be vulnerable. And you're allowed to share that vulnerability with others. And she goes, okay, I guess I'm right. I think that's so cute. That mothers, maybe consciously or unconsciously, provide us opportunities to relay back to them their own teachings. You know? It's like, but Mom, been teaching me how to take care of myself. You are just as important to me as I am to you. Why wouldn't I want the same for you? That's right, G2 Infinity. If her heart rejects the energy, she is teaching her cells to reject the iron. I'll have to tell her that. You're Loki and Luna. These are the names of your pups. Your name is Cat. How ironic. Your name is of 2 dogs. But actually, your true name is of a cat. I know the topic of mothers is a sensitive topic. Not all of us have had the good fortune to have something in our life that we can call as a mother. We might have a biological mother or a guardian that called themselves a mother. But if they don't behave as one, if they don't walk like a duck, quack like a duck, can we really call it a duck? If someone doesn't walk like a mother, talk like a mother, can we call it a mother? Can we really call it a duck? If someone doesn't walk like a mother, talk like a mother, can we call it a mother? My connection had disconnected, but I believe it had returned now. Do confirm, so that I may be able to connect with you. Thank you. I really love the Jungian idea that all archetypes are fulfilled in everyone's lives. The archetype of a mother, the archetype of a father, is just not always in the most traditional way. For example, your mother could be an adopted mother. Your mother could be a grandmother. Or maybe in absence of a biological mother, perhaps even your father took on a motherly role for you. Perhaps you've had friends that were like mothers. Perhaps if you're like me, you've even had a cat that was like a mother to you. Or maybe there's a figure that occurs in your dreams. Or maybe there's a character in your favorite story that you keep coming back to. Regardless, I believe the archetype of a mother is fulfilled for everyone. We just might not even realize or label it as one. Viber0, thank you for your Heart Me and Team bracelet. Om Aing Saraswatyai Namaha. Dear Hybrid Jen, you share the forest was like that to you. Relatives you needed. And such is why we call her Mother Nature. Dear KXDA, you share that you've had 3 years of mothering experience and your little one is already teaching you life lessons. It's so beautiful. Teaching absolutely goes both ways. Always. See, we might go home from school telling our friends, our family, about what the teacher had told us today. But you can appreciate that your teacher goes home telling their friends and family what they told you today. Mind you, sometimes the lessons that the teacher learns as through mischievous ways on the part of the students. But it's still a teaching nonetheless. Now I'm so grateful to have this live stream. With an eye on the time, I think it's around now that we can begin to land the plane smoothly, slowly, and depart from our adventure we've had in this time and space, this TikTok live. But before we go, there are 3 things I'd like to do with you. Reflect back on you, my question of the day. Read another short section of our book, Hollywood Himalayas. And then we'll end with a mantra meditation. If that sounds well, you're welcome to stay. And I'm happy to have you here regardless. Today I wonder from all of you, what do you appreciate about the sky? Very simple question today. Sometimes they can be more abstract. This is a little more abstract, but nonetheless direct. Sweet dreams, dear Indigo. Solaris, you appreciate clouds and rainbows. Yes, I like that a lot. Clouds and rainbows. They definitely give personality to our sky. How wonderful it is to think of clouds as just water. Hybrid Jen, you share that it is the most humbling feeling to be under. Oh, thank God for that. Sometimes the sky takes my breath away, but without the sky, I'd really have no breath to be taken away. Indigo, you share that there is still beauty despite the darkness. I like that. AXDA, you share that it gives our ancestors a canvas to paint on for us to see. How beautiful. Alyssa, you like the moon. The moon is a pretty good feature of our sky. I concur with that. And Angela, you share that the sky evokes a sense of wonder. Indeed. If you ever picture someone immersed in wonder, are they going to have their head looking at the feet? Or are they going to be lost in what's above? Maybe if they're wondering what kind of infection might cause that certain coloration on their feet. And they might be staring at their feet in wonder. But generally, when it comes to possibilities, the metaphorical direction is up. Alice, you love the sky. You are always looking up. And sometimes you think you look silly to others, but you like the clouds. The day and the vast blueness, and also the dark and the bright stars. If doing so makes one silly, then I vow to be the silliest of them all. Jen, you share your young daughter said, "Look at the moon!" with excitement, and you always tell her to look up at the sky. I like that. I once got really afraid of the moon, and I'm sure this is a shared experience because I thought it was following me. No matter how fast, how far we drove in our car on the highway, the moon was always in the same spot. I'd be terrified. Mom, the moon's following us. How interesting, the symbolism of that. That the farther away something is, the longer it seems to stay within your experience. Babblefishy, you share the sky is right here and also far. You find that wonderful. I like that. You concur with the moon, dear Kinjuri. Yes. I remember I had a buddy that was older than me in grade 2. And I believe they were grade 4, 5, or 6. Older than me, still young. But to me, they were practically an adult. And I loved that buddy of mine in grade 2. And they once asked the question to me, how high do you think you would have to reach in order to touch the sky? And I remember thinking, and I said something probably like 10, 100 million, 1,000, 100 miles. And they said no, because the sky's not just up there, it's also down here. You're already touching it. And my grade 2 brain was like, wow. What a revelation. Never forget that. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your rosa quartet of pumpkins and a pair of baby ghosts. Ooh. Radhe oh Radhe. Angela, you share that it is also a reminder of the beauty of nature's rhythm. No matter how bad your day is, it's not so bad that the sun didn't rise for you. Isn't it so? No matter how terrible of a night you have, you're still going to experience sunrise. Hello, Chastity. Welcome back. It's been a while, and I enjoyed touching base on you over the past year, on your relationship with someone who experienced schizophrenia. It's nice to have you back here. Your update is that you couldn't help your guy, and you know, that's okay too. Just as when you first came in here asking about how you can help, that is completely valid. When you came in here over the past year expressing how you have done a lot to help, and that's also valid. But now you're pointing of something outside your control, and that's also valid. And I'm sure this journey has been a beautiful and painful learning experience at the same time. I believe you have helped in many ways already. But it's true that much of the help must come when someone is ready for it. It must come when they're open to it. And a lot of that is outside our control. We can offer that space, and if they heal in it, that's their own journey. The fact that you offered it at all is enough. Indigo, you remember stargazing on the beach and seeing 22 shooting stars. How beautiful. 22 wishes you got that night. Sage, you shared that the sky reminds us that we are not the ones in charge. That's for sure. But we are in charge of what meaning we wish to paint upon the canvas of the sky. I'm happy your daughter could relate in being stalked by the moon, Jen. Dear Alice, you share that an interesting thought is there always a moon? Like sometimes the moon is visible during the day, but does that mean that on the opposite side of the earth the moon isn't visible because you don't always see it? I like your question. Of course, scientifically, it does. We can't say that the other people on the other side of the earth aren't experiencing the moon. But more philosophically, this is a question very solipsistic. How can we be sure of the existence of that outside of our experience? Yet, even if the moon is on the other side of the earth, it still affects our side. The moon pulls on the earth just as the sun does, and it creates a bulge of water on one side and the other, and it's made thin across the circumference that's perpendicular to the moon. And then we experience low tides there, and high tides when our earth rolls into the bulge of water pulled by the moon. So even when we're on the other side of the planet, relative to the moon, if we're experiencing high tide, we can be sure that the moon probably still exists. Otherwise, such tidal features probably wouldn't still be happening. That goes to say that one way of experiencing something is through sight, but it is not the only way in which we get to perceive that in our experience. And hello, dear Daydream. Namaste. Skola, you appreciate watching the Northern Lights or Aurora Borealis in Iceland. Spectacular. Oh, I can only begin to imagine. And you just think it's beautiful. The clouds can tell you the weather. I like that a lot. And speaking of our moon, Rihanna, you appreciate the moon and how she influences our lives and waters. Very in sync. Every hour it paints a new painting. The sky does. I love that, Tamara. Well, thank you for sharing appreciation for the sky with me. It feels very wholesome to find appreciation in our unique ways for the same phenomenon we experience that we call the sky. Hello again, Sam. Thank you, Mr. Michael, for the baby hippo that you sent. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. I have seen the Aurora Borealis. Just once, dear Jen. In northern parts of Canada, it's there every night, but I happen to live at the southernmost part of all of Canada. So far, so south that it's even more north than many places in America. I live on Vancouver Island, which goes many miles below the border between Canada and America. In fact, I'm more south than Seattle, Washington. But that's pretty north, isn't it? It's the only subtropical place in Canada, which means we actually have palm trees here. I call it, and many others, the Hawaii of Canada. I'm very blessed to be here. See, we like to take pictures of the snow only so that people don't know how beautiful it is and warm at other times. The last thing we want is an influence of people taking over. So we tell the Americans that we live in igloos so that we keep the Americans in America. I'm just having some fun. I actually am very grateful that we have so much room for the ability to take in refugees and other people dislocated from their homes, and I'd be very grateful to share this country with all of you. Alright, if I can click on it. There, I wanted to bring up the cover for those who are interested in what we're reading, as I would like to read from another section of Hollywood to Himalayas with you before we end our Sangha tonight. This is a story of a woman who goes from Hollywood, unsurprisingly, to, you'll never guess it, the Himalayas. An American PhD psychologist, and she has found herself embarking on a spiritual journey in India. Let's see where her journey takes us next. This 14th chapter is titled Expansion. A few weeks after I arrived at the ashram, which is a place of spiritual hermitage, a group of Americans led by a medicine woman / Aphrodite / Kelly from Charlie's Angels came to visit. Her outfits ranged from hippie meets Earth Mother to Native American, leather bedecked with tassels and feathers, and she brought a bevy of followers with her. These were the first native English speakers I'd met since my arrival in Rishikesh, very sacred town in North India. Since I arrived in 1996, Rishikesh had become a hub of tourism, the yoga capital of the world, so to speak. At that time, while it wasn't exactly off the map, especially since the Beatles had come to Rishikesh in the 60s, it was still far from a tourist destination. The southeastern part of Rishikesh, Swargashram, where Paramarth-Niketan lies, the ashram that she stays at, across Ganga and the south from the hotels and restaurants, tended to attract more Indian devotees than Western tourists. And by the way, this is outside of the book, but this ashram that she is speaking about, she still teaches at, I believe, and almost every night on YouTube, there is a live Arti ceremony at the Ganga, which you can see. Arti is a ceremony involving fire. It might involve a lamp, It might involve a Vedi, a sacrificial pit where ghee and other herbs are offered, and hundreds and thousands of people gather with lights at nighttime to share love for this river, Ganga. Just incidentally, while I was falling asleep a week ago, I happened to find this live stream from the very same ashram that she is speaking from, and her guru that we meet in this book was there on my screen, Pujya Swami Chidananda Saraswati, and I thought, hey, I know him from our book. And here he was, still, decades later, leading the Arti at the Ganga. Anyway, do check that out when you have the time. Here, among the ashrams, tea stalls, and small shops, you could buy Rudraksha malas, which just so happens to be the one that I'm wearing right now. These are strings of prayer beads made from the seed of the sacred Rudraksha tree. You could also buy Ayurvedic medicine, holistic medicine stemming from the Vedas, oil lamps, and statues of the many manifestations of God. Back then, when I walked in the market, heads would turn and calls of, Madame, Madame, shawl, Madame, mala, Madame, resounded. I could feel the eyes of every shop owner and chaiwala on me. Not lasciviously, but simply resting their eyes unabashedly on someone who was new and different. Today, foreign tourists are ubiquitous. Signs are written not just in Hindi and English, but in Hebrew, Russian, and other European languages too. And about half the people on the roads are non-Indians. The group leader was Jacqueline, and when her group arrived, my world shifted from the internal to the external. I was drawn into socializing, which had been absent during my first weeks at the ashram. If you'll remember, she had become so inwardly withdrawn that she could hardly even speak any words at all. Other than the occasional words with Swamiji, which now focused on work and projects, and basic discussions with the kitchen staff about an apple or a clean towel, I barely spoke. There were no cell phones, Zoom or FaceTime. There wasn't even a landline phone at the ashram I could use. I could make calls only from the phone booth in the marketplace. Inconvenient and expensive. Jacqueline and her 25 American spiritual seekers were middle-aged, mostly interested in energy healing, opening their chakras, the energy centers, and indigenous rituals. While there wasn't much connection between us in age, background, or interest, we were all spiritually inclined Americans who spoke American English. That was enough for me, and I spent most of my time with them. We ate together, walked together on the banks of the Ganga, and laughed at people farting and picking their nose in public. One evening, they invited me to join them for a Reiki workshop. Upon their request, my guru, Pujya Swamiji, had brought in a Reiki master to teach them. I knew nothing about Reiki, but at one point I was excited about everything. At that point, I was excited about everything. My life was an adventure, and I had no idea what the next moment would bring. I was in God's hands now. Walk on the Ganga? Sure. Tea? Sure. Reiki? Of course. When I entered the room, the Reiki master was explaining the level 1 initiation he'd be giving that evening. I had missed the introduction, and as I entered, he was saying, "So my assistants and I will be initiating each of you. As I mentioned, you will not feel our physical touch on your body as Reiki works on the energetic body." Chairs were assembled, and one of the members of the group reached her hands out to me and said, "You should go in the first batch because you must have work to get back to." I sat in the chair in front of the Reiki master. "You missed the introduction," he said, "but don't worry. Just close your eyes and allow whatever is meant to happen to happen." After a few minutes, he spoke again. Your chakras are so open, much more open than I expected to see in anyone. We are only giving level 1 initiation, but your chakras are so open I think you're ready for level 2 initiation too. If you'd like, I can give it to you now. My vocabulary was formed by SAT, Scholastic Aptitude Test, and GRE, Graduate Record Exam preparation books, AP, Advanced Placement English classes, and the word-a-day games my parents had initiated when I was in junior high. This is fun, they would announce each evening after dinner when it was time to play. I didn't find it fun. None of my friends had to play word-a-day at home with their parents. It was not only not fun, it was a violation of my precious free time. But they were insistent. Sit down, this is fun. In any case, none of my vocabulary preparation included words like chakra or Reiki, or even the word initiation the way the Reiki master was using it. I had no idea what he was talking about. But sure, why not? Okay, I said. The level 1 seemed to have only taken a few minutes. He hadn't even touched me, I had just had to close my eyes. How much more could level 2 be? I smiled to myself in amazement at this incredible and unimaginable adventure on which God was taking me. At some point later, a voice seemed to travel from somewhere into my ears. Okay, I could hear it say, barely audible, you can get up now. The voice was a physical sensation traveling from somewhere outside me, into my ears, through my ears, and into my arms, which reached to my sides to grasp the sides of my chair. It traveled through my ears into my legs, and I leaned forward to rise. I had no idea how much time had passed since I had sat down or what had happened. How do you feel? The Reiki master asked. The words traveled through my ears and I could feel them in my body, but could not conjure a response. I think I smiled at him before I walked out of the room and went to find my Guru Swamiji. It was evening time in early autumn, and Swamiji was in his garden. The air was fragrant with jasmine, and I could feel the beginning of the cool fall breeze as I walked into the garden, the dewy grass wet between my toes. Swamiji sat, as always, in a corner of the garden, this time on a thin mat of woven jute rather than a chair. The small group gathered in front of him also, who sat on a thin woven mat, and they hung on every word he spoke. I bowed as I approached and sat cross-legged behind the group. I closed my eyes and immediately felt a surge of heat and energy rise. It seemed, from the cool grass beneath me straight up into my body, as though I had sat on a geyser at Yellowstone National Park, except that it wasn't water. It was a geyser of heat and energy. It felt like body surfing on the California coast, except the wave moved through my body rather than taking me to shore. After the wave hit what seemed to be the inside of my skull, it receded down and out below my navel and back into the cool grass. I opened my eyes, and Swamiji's eyes caught mine. He was in the midst of a passionate discourse in Hindi that played like divine music across the background of my consciousness, the musical score to my internal drama. His eyes fixed on mine for a moment. A few minutes later, the group bowed and rose. I too bowed and rose, and I followed them toward the door. Suddenly I heard Swamiji say, "Come here." He had already started walking into the building of his residence and inner meeting rooms. He did not speak again or turn back toward me, but I knew I was supposed to follow. He turned a key in one of the smaller doors at the end of a hallway, opening the door, he switched on the light in a room I hadn't been in before. A small library. Library cum storeroom with no widows. Windows lined with shelves and cabinets. Books in both Hindi and English, gifts still in their boxes, many wrapped in colorful, shiny paper, small pads on which he had made notes and plans for decades, and other miscellaneous items filled the shelves. On the floor was a beautiful Persian rug. "Lie down," he said. I did, thinking my Indian adventure was about to take a new exciting turn. However, Swamiji just turned off the light and left. I heard the key turn in the lock from the outside. Alone in the storeroom, lying on my magic carpet, I felt my consciousness being pulled forcefully inward, as though a vacuum cleaner inside me was sucking myself inward. I didn't feel called to fight it. I was free to let go of the glue that held myself together, the glue I had held so tenaciously to over the decades of my life. I let go into the waves of energy that rose and crashed through my body. As the waves came in, my whole being expanded. Bones, skins, muscles, all borders and boundaries became a vestige of my former body. I was boundless, and it seemed the most natural thing in the world. There was no running commentary explaining my energetic expansion. The waves swept away everything, and the commentator in my head had drowned in the ocean. According to the scriptural story of the goddess who took the form of the river Ganga, when the rambunctious, intractable Ganga first came down from heaven, she swept away the sages and priests performing their pujas on the riverbanks. The surge of her uncontainable waters washed everything away. Ganga was now flowing into and through me, raising and annihilating everything made of matter. Everywhere I ended and the universe began. I was the universe. As I inhaled, my chest rose and rose above the shelves of books. I filled the room, and I was still inhaling. These shelves and walls too crumbled into the waves of my breath. My awareness rode the waves, existing not in the grey and white matter of the brain inside my skull, but in every molecule of the world inside me and outside me. There was no distinction. It all was me. The air around me, the room, everything pulsated with my breath and grew and expanded. The walls and shelves obeyed, and they too made room for my ever-expanding being. It all was me. After an indeterminate amount of time, a sound in the dorm reached through my ears, through my brain, and found me floating somewhere beyond it. The noise took hold of a part of my consciousness and carried it back to my body, into my skull, into my brain. By the time my guru, Pujya Swamiji, had opened the door and turned on the light, I had processed the sound. Ah, a key in the lock. Standing in the doorway, hair, beard, and robes merging into one extraordinary formless being, Pujya Swamiji looked down at me. I could not make the borders of his body or clothes stay in one place. They kept dancing, merging into and out of the space between him and the door frame. But his eyes were sharp, clear, and in focus. "How are you feeling?" he asked. I exhaled, and my consciousness escaped on my breath into the dark brown of his eyes, into a world I'd never visited. A fragment of awareness left back in my brain registered that he had again turned off the light, closed the door, and once again turned the key in the lock from the outside. His form had left, but I was still in the world of his eyes. At some point, after another indeterminate amount of time, I felt my awareness draw itself back into my physical body. The room and walls and shelves no longer moved in rhythm with my breath. I was aware, for the first time, of the softness of the rug beneath my bare heels and on the back of my hands, which I noticed lay to my sides. My eyes were closed, but when I opened them, the room was so black I wasn't exactly sure when they were open and when they were closed. I blinked a few times and finally realized the room was dark. I had not lost my sight. I was again aware of the rise and fall of my own chest and belly as I breathed, and my own body was once again able to contain the breath. My skin tingled, and I floated in my ocean of joy. A short time later, I again heard the key in the lock. This time, the sound did not have to reach through my brain to find me. I heard it the first time, and I understood it would be Swamiji coming back. But it wasn't him. It was the cook. The lovely cook who, as he turned on the light, looked at me as though it were perfectly natural for me to be lying awake on a rug on the floor of the storeroom with the lights turned off. "You must eat," he said. "Swamiji say you must eat." He bent down and took my hands in his. I had no awareness of muscle or muscle tone. I giggled to myself as I realized that I could not figure out how to make my limbs move. I knew that they should move, but how to make that happen was a non-concerning mystery. Eventually, the cook was able to peel me off the ground, and as he helped me stand, my coordination returned. Hand in hand, I followed him into the kitchen, where he sat me down on a woven mat and placed a tiny wooden table in front of me. He disappeared and reappeared with a bowl of hot khichdi, lentils and rice cooked together, the Indian version of chicken soup. Whatever ails you, khichdi is the answer, according to traditional Indian medicine. I discovered that night that khichdi is also the perfect post-spiritual initiation, welcome back to the physical plane meal. So with that, I thank you for listening, and I guess we'll all have to have some khichdi sometime soon. That is the end of the 14th chapter, and we'll continue reading next time. So we've concluded our penultimate segment of our Sangha. Very grateful to have the ability to read this beautiful work with you. Thank you, the Raging Light, for a baby hippo that you sent whilst we read. Ram Ram. What a nice book. I agree. That was wild. I concur. And you know what I am beginning to love very much about books written in the context of Eastern philosophy and spirituality is that they don't really go anywhere. It's not like there was some grand lesson of that chapter, although of course we're welcome to explore the possibility of finding lessons. It was just more so a story that resonates with us. Even if we haven't directly experienced it ourselves, it seems familiar. And the story goes on in its whimsical ways. I agree, Lumi. That's the best part. So, I would like to conclude our Sangha with a meditation. Allow me to set it up. I'll turn down the background music because I'd like to use some music to meditate along with. Okay. One of the most effective ways of reaching higher states of mind or consciousness, if you will, through meditation is by engaging your senses in something. For example, we might engage our ears in listening to a chant and engage our tongue and mouth in the chanting itself. Ramana Maharishi, the great mystic of Advaita Vedanta, once said that the true meaning of tapas, of this mysterious Sanskrit word that you'll hear often, is to get lost in the origin of the sound. Today I'd like to do this mantra dedicated to a form of the divine known as Rudra. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. Om, of course, is the sacred sound that it is said our whole universe was generated from. If there was a sound of creation, it would be Om. Namo means salutations. Bhagavate is a very beautiful but technical word that refers to a personal form of the divine. A form of the divine that's almost intimate, immanent, one that you can connect with at a very personal level, not just an abstract conceptualization of a source. Rudra is that form of the source that we would like to connect with today. Etymologically, it's related to modern English words like roar, to yell, as well as to be rude. Rudra is the one who roars this existence in motion, the one that roars creation into being, roars it through its evolution, and roars it back out of existence. A very dramatic kind of evolution of existence. And that prefix at the end of Rudra, the Aya, is the grammatical way of directing the salutations in this case. So salutations to Rudra, Rudraya. Altogether, you might literally translate this mantra as Om, salutations to the personal form of the divine as the one who roars existence in and out of being. Whatever that means to you is what it means, as it's a personal and subjective journey within. Don't worry so much about the exact pronunciation, as Sanskrit is traditionally an oral tradition. I am sure that just listening, you'll be able to become more familiar with the soundscape. We'll be doing it 108 times to the background of someone chanting this as well. And I will be doing it on my Rudraksha mala, which is a mala made, so to speak, of the tears, the akshas of Rudra. If you have one of those, you're welcome to do it too. Otherwise, it's definitely not required. Enough yammering, enough yapping. Here. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. Rudraya. Bhagavate Rudraya. Om Namo 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 Bhagavate Rudraya. Om Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. Bhagavate Rudraya. Om Namo 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 Bhagavate Rudraya. Bhagavate Rudraya. Om Namo 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 Bhagavate Rudraya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Harihi Om Tat Sat. Thank you for listening or chanting along with me. Salutations to the one who roars. May you all find your inner roar. By the way, very early on, I forgot to bring up a picture of Rudra, which you may notice looks a lot like Shiva. In fact, before Shiva was called Shiva, Shiva was called Rudra. But typically, Rudra also appears as a very muscular form of Shiva. One that has engaged in lots of austerity. Just as Rudra means the one who roars, Shiva, or rages war, you could say. Shiva is the auspicious one. Eventually, Rudra became known as the auspicious one, and that title stuck. Namaste. And now that we've concluded our final section of the Sangha, I bid you all farewell. Thank you all for being here. May that meditation have awakened a voice in you that cannot be silenced, and yet a voice that is echoed by silence itself. Thank you, Nunya, for your Heartmian trio of pumpkins. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Dob Darker, thank you for your Heartme as well. Jai Sita Ram. Dear Ms. Bliss, you share that you were taught that people often confuse Shankar with Shiva. Shankara is also another name for the same divinity that Shiva or Rudra goes by, just in different forms. Sometimes you'll hear the trinity of Shiva, Vishnu, and Brahma be expressed as Shankar, Vishnu, and Brahma. You might even hear Rudra or Maheshwara. But there were also many other beings that bear the title of Shankara, such as Adi Shankaracharya, who was a great proponent of Advaita Vedanta. He is also simply referred to as Shankara. Sometimes that title is connected with divine origins too. People believe that he may be an avatar, a descension of Shankara, of Shiva. Thank you all for being here. Nice to see you, dear Mama JJ. Wish you well too. Thank you, Don Suela. Good night, dear Mama Angel Cindy. May you all have a beautiful rest of your morning, your afternoon, your evening, your nighttime. I wish I could stay here forever. Alas, if I did, then there wouldn't be a live stream tomorrow because I'd probably be sleeping tomorrow instead. So I hope you'll allow me some time. If there are questions that I could not attend to, you're welcome to send them on email, Instagram, Telegram, WhatsApp. I don't respond to messages here. If you do get a message from me here, it is not from me, but from someone pretending to be me. If there was any part of this live stream that you felt was of value, do check out the recording that I upload to my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel. And for those awaiting the September, how many days are there in September? The 31st, the 30th, whatever the last day of September was, I have yet in the present to upload that. But for those who are watching this recording, it's already uploaded. Also, the meditations and the readings have their own designated playlists in case you ever want to get what is a free and perhaps improvised and full of error-prone audiobook. You can catch up on the readings if you want there. And if you ever want to meditate atemporally with us here, those meditations are there for you too. All without any monetization, so you can worry not about falling asleep and having a commercial of whatever appear to you. Just another offering. Dear Attica, you ask if we can have a few seconds of sending hope to Florida. Your mom is out doing rescue work. Absolutely. May we pray that those whom are experiencing severe weather patterns understand that this too shall pass, and no storm rages forever. Even the eye of Jupiter is only a storm that has been around for 300 years or so, which is long on Earth scales, but short on Jupiter scales. May we pray that we keep those in our awareness, even if their connection to the internet gets cut out. And if we have the resources to help, let us spend some of that to empower our own ability to give and to help those whom may need it most. There are many conflicts around the world that are ongoing, and we shouldn't forget them too, even if we are in a place that's seemingly happy and peaceful. We can let that happiness and peace be a starting point to make a difference in places of the world that could use some more happiness, some more peace. May this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. Asato ma sadgamaya, tamaso ma jyotirgamaya, murtyor ma mritangamaya. Shanti Shanti Shanti. Lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to light, from death to immortality. Peace, peace, peace. May you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Namaskaram.